Chapter 38:38. Three groups of men, dozens of men, and even though they kept attacking, none of them were able to hurt Ling Xiao. Instead, they had even injured a few of their own men. This scene shocked and enraged the men, who had just arrived in the third small world. The wind flame wheels, the legendary thief god's scariest magical treasure. If not for this wind flame wheels, the thief god would have been killed by Huang Jindi long ago. I never thought it would fall into the hands of this young man. The silver-masked man's eyes were bloodshot. After entering this secret chamber, what he wanted the most was the wind flame wheels. So, when he saw that it had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, how could he not be enraged? But something's not right. The wind flame wheels belong to the thief god. How did this young man get them? The white-clothed thief was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this reality. Why are you attacking me? Suddenly, chaos broke out among the three groups of men, and they started fighting among themselves. Some of them felt dizzy, as if they were going to faint at any moment. Not good, move away. Stop attacking. The wind flame wheels can cause chaos and dizziness. Don't get too close to it. The white-clothed thief had studied the thief god thoroughly, and he knew the effects of the wind flame wheels very well. Everyone quickly backed off, and the warriors who were fighting in the chaos were knocked out by the white-clothed thief, preventing them from killing each other. But even so, a few men had died because of the chaos and dizziness. When the three groups of men retreated to a spot furthest away from Ling Xiao, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. The wind flame wheels were extremely powerful, and it made them feel fear. But at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of greed. If this thing fell into their hands, their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. They believed that Ling Xiao didn't just have the wind flame wheels. Perhaps all the treasures in this third small world had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. In order to obtain these treasures, they had to kill Ling Xiao. But in order to kill Ling Xiao, they had to first destroy the wind flame wheel's defense. This was going to be troublesome. 4 5th Heavenly Core warriors and a few perfect 4th Heavenly Core warriors. Facing a mere Ling Xiao, they had no way to deal with him. Damn it, this young man is only a 7th Heavenly Core warrior. How can he be so strong? One-Eyed couldn't help but ask, "Are you an idiot? How can he only be at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm?" It was obvious that he had been hiding his strength. I think his cultivation is at the late 4th Divine Core realm. The martial spirit of the white-robed thief god, Flying Shadow, could not only hide his tracks, but also had a pair of terrifying eyes that could see through the enemy's cultivation. Late 4th Divine Core realm. No wonder this kid's expression didn't change in the face of our threats. I think he came to Peach Blossom Bay in the first place for the treasure. I'm not in trouble at all. Peach Blossom City's Vice City Lord said fiercely, "Thief God, you old thing, it's time for you to say something. Everyone is here." Ling Xiao suddenly put away his firestorm wheels and looked at the fresh corpse behind him. Everyone was surprised to see Ling Xiao put away the firestorm wheels. The chief of the Purple Bloodwater Stronghold, One-Eyed, reacted the fastest because he was stupid and would not think too much. Everyone was worried that Ling Xiao was up to something, but he didn't think too much about it. When he saw Ling Xiao put away his firestorm wheels, he immediately dashed forward. He wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Falling plum blossom steps. Ling Xiao lightly chanted. Then he suddenly appeared at another location, as if he had just teleported. In the sky, there were even illusory plum blossoms falling down from the sky. Die! One-Eye's attack had given Ling Xiao the chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward. Bloodlight clone, slash. 3 sword beams instantly sliced One-Eye's body into a few pieces, causing them to fall onto the ground. Even his inner core was pierced through. One-Eyed was killed on the spot. After killing One-Eyed with a single strike, Ling Xiao just casually smiled and said, "Do you really think I'm not afraid of you because I have the firestorm wheels? Let me tell you the truth. If you stay where you are and don't move, you might still have a chance to live. Or else, if you annoy me, I'll kill all of you." His cultivation had reached the late fourth heavenly core realm, and with the falling plum blossom steps, he could even kill a peak fifth heavenly core warrior with ease. But none of the people here had such a cultivation base. Therefore, he could totally ignore their threats. Ling Zhao's formidable strength had made these people tremble with fear. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The thief god's corpse suddenly stood up, and he started forming hand seals. Ling Xiao let out a miserable shriek as he held his head in his hands. "Ha ha ha, kid, I've been planning this for 1,000 years, waiting for a suitable body to be delivered to me. You're perfect for it. A shadow rabbit beast soul, and such a strong defense. It's like you're tailor-made for me." The thief god's corpse came back to life. Then he threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one expected things to turn out like this. "You're surprised, aren't you?" This kid used the demon beast core I gave him, and he even swallowed it. It contained a powerful soul poison, and the brutal divine sense that I've spent 1,000 years refining. Soon, he'll be controlled by the divine sense, and he'll become my clone. The thief god proudly walked towards Ling Xiao. Then he turned to the white-robed god and said, "Speaking of which, you're my original target. That's why I saved those things for you. But who knew you'd be so stupid that you couldn't even defeat this kid? But since you're here, kneel down and worship me. All of you have to eat my heart-devouring goo. If you don't, you'll die." "Humph, you're just a corpse. How strong can you be? I'm going to kill you." The silver-masked man coldly harumphed. Then he leapt into the air and thrust his palm at the thief god. The thief god sneered. Then he waved his hand. The wind flame wheels on Ling Zhao's body flew up and smashed towards the silver-masked man. How could the silver-masked man withstand this attack? He was sent flying away, and he was severely injured. Although this kid hasn't become my clone, he's already under my control. He'll kill whoever I tell him to. Kill that masked man for me." The thief god shouted sternly. As expected, Ling Xiao made his move. The silver-masked man was already seriously injured. Now that he was attacked by Ling Xiao, how could he withstand it? He died on the spot. The faces of the water bandits changed drastically. "We're willing to surrender. We're willing to surrender." On the water bandits' side, with the death of the one-eyed man and the silver-masked man, they had no leader. If they didn't surrender now, only death would await them. The white-robed god and the Peach Blossom City's deputy city lord were still hesitating. They could see that the thief god could only rely on Ling Xiao to attack the enemy. They didn't seem to have any fighting strength. The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly one of them charged towards Ling Xiao, while the other attacked the thief god. The remaining people also blocked Ling Xiao, not allowing Ling Xiao to rescue them. "Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die." The thief god coldly harumphed. Chapter 38-39. Thick smoke billowed out. It was all poison. Everyone fell to the ground and begged for help. But how could the thief god let them go? After all the corpses had turned into liquid, the black smoke reformed into a human form. So that's how it is. You've spent 1,000 years using poisonous insects to reconstruct your body. Even though it's a little disgusting, it's still a good idea. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the thief god to jump in fright. Even though his poison was not targeted at Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao would be his perfect avatar. But Ling Xiao had been poisoned before. How could he speak? But he had clearly seen the smile on Ling Zhao's face. You, what's going on? The thief god was stunned. By the way, let me tell you something. Yours truly is immune to all poisons. Poisons do not pose any threat to me. In fact, they are the best nourishment for me. Ling Zhao looked at Thief God with a smile and said, Now that I know your secret, I'm sure you'll be fine. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Let's talk things through. The Thief God chuckled. This fella was also the king of changing his expression. His speed was really fast. To change from fear to a smile in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Talk things through? I clearly heard that you wanted to turn me into your avatar. You think that's negotiable? Ling Zhao laughed coldly. You can't kill me. If you do, you can forget about ever getting out of here. The thief god said hurriedly. The only thing he could rely on was his body of poison. In order to cultivate this body of poison, he had sealed all of his cultivation within his inner core. And right now, the inner core was in the box on Ling Zhao's body. The reason why he wanted an avatar was to fuse the inner core with the avatar, to create a thief god that was as strong as he was in the past. This body of his was no longer human. It did not have a true dantian. He could not form an inner core either. Therefore, in front of Ling Zhao, he had no fighting strength at all. Hell Hydra, devour him! Ling Zhao roared and released the 9-headed Hell Snake Beast Soul. The huge Hydra almost filled the entire space of the small world. He opened his mouth and swallowed the thief god whole. To be more precise, he had devoured the thief god's body of poison. This body of poison could allow the second skill, Myriad Snake, to produce a Snake King with a body of poison. This made Myriad Snake's attack power as terrifying as mine. Master, can we go out now? Ling Zhao asked after killing Thief God. Let's wait for a while. You can take all the treasures here first. I found it when I was looking for the exit. The Thief God hid all the treasures in the storage ring on his hand. The ones outside were only the best. However, you are the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. For you, the more treasures, the better. Yuan Venerate replied. Ling Zhao nodded. Not only did he take Thief God's storage ring, but he also took everyone's storage rings. There was basically nothing in those people's storage rings, only a few spirit stones. However, many a little makes a mickle. They had probably all come to search for treasures and wanted to use their storage rings to store treasures, so they didn't put too many things in them. We can go now. Yuan Venerate's voice rang out again as a teleportation array leading outside appeared. This teleportation array had been set up temporarily by Yuan Venerate. However, it also had something to do with the original array formation of the secret room. When they reached the outside, they appeared very close to Peach Blossom City. After going in, only Mu Feifei is left alive. Ling Zhao sighed and let Mu Feifei out. This girl was in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and knew what had happened outside. She was obviously a little unhappy. Ling Zhao didn't want to say anything more. He took out a storage ring and gave some of the treasures he had obtained to Mu Feifei. This could be considered repaying her kindness. As for what happened after that, he didn't care anymore. His cultivation had broken through, his strength had increased, and he had obtained the thief god's treasures. He planned to continue his journey and head to the Purple Mansion Royal City. I reckon those people are still waiting for me to send myself to my death. However, don't worry. This time, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Ling Zhao turned around and was about to leave. However, Mu Feifei stopped him. This is for you. It's a map that leads outside. There is only one exit. Thank you. Ling Zhao glanced at Mu Feifei gratefully. Then he left. This time, Mu Feifei didn't stop him. She sighed softly as she watched Ling Zhao's back. Actually, this underwater trip had been extremely lucky for Peach Blossom City and the Moo family. The Deputy City Lords group, the Water Bandits group, the White-Robed Thief God, and the others had all died. Peach Blossom Bay should be able to return to its former tranquility. However, she couldn't openly announce that this credit belonged to Ling Xiao, which was really depressing. Regardless of what she was thinking, Ling Xiao was already heading in the direction of the exit as fast as he could. With the tricolored windfire wheels, his speed was simply intrepid. In a few minutes, he had left Peach Blossom Bay. However, when he left, he did one more thing, which was to set up a brand new array at the entrance. This would make Peach Blossom Bay even more peaceful. It would prevent him from getting involved in the chaos of the outside world. After doing all this, he headed straight for the Purple Mansion Royal City. Sister Chinya, wait for me. Although he knew that there were many experts in the Purple Mansion Royal City, even if he could defeat Yu Zhen now, facing the three generals, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion King, and the terrifying Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua, the chances of winning were too small. But would he not go just like that? Of course not. Ling Xiao, had never stopped moving forward because of fear. Those experts in the past had all become stepping stones on his path of growth. No matter how strong they were, he could surpass them in a short period of time. A swordsman was fearless. A martial artist was fearless. If he was afraid, then there was no need to continue moving forward on the path of martial arts. He didn't forget his goal, the great ambition of unifying the profound world, the hope of reuniting with the Moon Lady, the hope of reuniting with his brothers Long Chun and Xiao Jin, the hope of finding his sister Ling Jiaojiao, his friend Shen Dian, and Cold Plum. All of these were his goals. Therefore, he couldn't stop. He still had a long road ahead of him. Once he stopped, his will would be worn down. The key to achieving these goals was strength. Strength included cultivation, martial skills, magical treasures, and so on. Ling Xiao was crazily moving forward on this path. In terms of martial skills and magical treasures, he was no weaker than Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. However, the speed of his cultivation was incredibly fast. It had only been 3 months since he arrived in the Purple Mansion Royal City. From the Divine Vein realm, he had broken through to the late 4th rank Divine Core realm. Chapter 3840. You're still alive. Just as Ling Xiao was rushing towards the Purple Palace Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The voice was cold and filled with ridicule. This man was Yu Zhen, the man who had severely injured Ling Xiao. Seeing Yu Zhen, not only was Ling Xiao not surprised, he even had a disdainful smile on his face. He had been hoping that Yu Zhen would be waiting for him outside. That way, he would be able to exact his revenge. His cultivation base had improved, and he had obtained many treasures. His overall strength had skyrocketed. For Yu Zhen to come looking for him at this moment, he was just asking for a beating. Coincidentally, he needed some external help to break through to the perfect 4th Divine Core realm. Yu Zhen had come at the right time. That's right, I'm still alive. But too bad, you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he took out the Blood Sovereign Sword. The cold tip of the sword was glowing with a murderous light. The terrifying aura caused Yu Zhen to be startled. Actually, even though it was the Blood Sovereign Sword, with Ling Xiao's current strength, he still couldn't unleash its full potential. Even with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, Ling Xiao could only fully control a premium Heavenly King weapon. This spirit rank Heavenly King weapon was extremely powerful, but the stronger he was, the more he could fully control the Blood Sovereign Sword. Therefore, the aura unleashed by the Blood Sovereign Sword today was completely different from before. No wonder Yu Zhen was startled. It seems like your strength has improved again, but you still haven't broken through to the fifth divine core realm. Yuzhen furrowed his brows. This Ling Xiao was too abnormal. He had only disappeared for a few days, but he had become stronger again. Even Yuzhen felt threatened by him. But luckily, Jiang Chun hadn't broken through to the point where he could kill him. Of course, this was just what Yuzhen thought. I haven't broken through yet. I'm just waiting for your help. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Humph, you're still smiling now, but you won't be able to smile later. You managed to escape last time, but this time, don't even think about escaping. Double Dragon Trapping Talisman. Last time, Ling Xiao broke through the Dragon Trapping Talisman's obstruction and escaped. This infuriated Yuzhen. Therefore, this time, he used 2 Dragon Trapping Talismans. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could still escape. After using the Dragon Trapping Talisman, Yuzhen's body shimmered with sword light as a pair of sword chi wings appeared on his back. His whole body was wrapped in sword light. There was even green lightning. It seemed that Yuzhen's sword martial spirit belonged to the thunder sword martial spirit. Not only did it have the characteristics of a sword martial spirit, but it also had the characteristics of lightning. Green lightning devil domain sword. With a thrust of the sword light exploded. The terrifying sword chi was infused with the violent green thunder. It was even more powerful than before. One had to know that previously, Yuzhen looked down on Ling Xiao and did not use his full strength. Now that it was unleashed, its might could be said to be domineering. At the end of the day, it was merely a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Even though it was stronger than other low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skills, it was still a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. But it was still at the same level. The violent lightning wrapped in sword chi locked onto Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. What a joke! Is this your attack? It's as slow as a turtle. Can you touch me? Falling plum, clear, shadow step. Martial skills and movement techniques could only be improved faster in battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the falling plum clear shadow step to practice this movement technique. Otherwise, with Yuzhen's attack, it could not hurt him at all. It could not even break his defense. The moment he used the falling plum clear shadow step, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than 2 meters in front of Yuzhen. Blood shadow kill. Although the power of a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's more high-end martial skills, the execution speed was faster. Ling Xiao did not give Yuzhen a chance to breathe at all. He directly stabbed the Blood Supreme sword in his hand at his opponent. His body turned into a blood shadow, seemingly real, yet also illusory. This guy has such a strange movement technique. Yuzhen really jumped in fright. This whatever falling plum clear shadow step, not only was the movement technique strange, but the speed was also fast to the extreme. This feeling made Yuzhen have a kind of terror where his life was threatened. Impossible. He only went missing for 3 to 4 days. Could it be that he could cultivate such a terrifying movement technique? This is also too strange. Although these thoughts were many in reality, it all happened in a blink of an eye. Yuzhen was also a powerhouse in the end. In a panic, his body forcefully moved to the side, avoiding the fatal blow of the blood shadow kill. However, he did not completely avoid it in the end. One ear was cut off by that bloodlight. Immediately, blood splattered. It hurt until Yuzhen screamed loudly. Bastard! Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you! Yuzhen roared furiously, erupting with terrifying sword energy, charging towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not take it head-on either. He still used the falling plum clear shadow step to dodge. It was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll. The key was that he was not just dodging. Every time he dodged, he would launch another attack. The moves he used were only the most ordinary blood shadow kill and phantom kill. However, it gave Yuzhen a headache. There were already several terrifying wounds on his body. In fact, if Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, it would not be too difficult to kill Yuzhen. However, in order to make a breakthrough in his falling plum clear shadow step, he wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ling Xiao was willing to tangle with Yuzhen for a while. Therefore, he did not use the powerful and domineering magic treasure like the firestorm wheels. In his eyes, the poor Yuzhen was just a training puppet being played with. Gradually, Yuzhen also noticed this point, because in the battle, he discovered that Ling Xiao's movement technique was becoming more and more strange, and his speed was becoming faster and faster. Ling Xiao, are you looking down on me? Why don't you use the God Fiend seal? Yuzhen roared hysterically. At this point, his confidence had already turned into fear. Instead of being played like this, he might as well fight to the death. God Fiend seal? The current you is not worthy at all. Ling Xiao shook his head contemptuously. In order to kill the current Yuzhen, Ling Xiao did not need to use such a powerful martial technique like the God Fiend seal. This feeling is really not bad. Ling Xiao felt that his falling plum clear shadow step had finally advanced to the large success stage, and the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased to 60%. Although it had not broken through, it was already not bad. He suddenly looked at Yuzhen and said, "Use your most powerful move, or you won't have a chance." Of course, he was not so generous as to give Yuzhen a chance. It was just that Yuzhen's current attack could not increase his cultivation sea again. Only when the other party burst out with a more powerful attack would it be the best situation for him. Good. Since you think so, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lightning Sword Body. Lightning Sword Body and Immortal Sword Body were both special battle bodies. But there was a big difference. Although both could greatly increase combat power, but Immortal Sword Body could make people immortal for a period of time. Lightning Sword Body could make people's attack power soar for a period of time. In terms of strength, Immortal Sword Body was of course better. Chapter 38:41. Following Yuzhen's outburst, terrifying thunder and lightning bloomed from his body. Bolts of lightning pierced through the ground, leaving many gullies on the ground. The surrounding trees were hit so hard that their leaves flew everywhere, and their branches were broken. The forest suddenly burned. Thunder God Sword of Annihilation. This was the most powerful move of the lightning sword physique. Yuzhen suddenly flew to a high place, then locked onto Ling Xiao and swooped down at a terrifying speed. Wrapped in the power of the violent thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Before the attack arrived, the terrifying thunder and lightning had already begun to shatter the rocks around Ling Xiao. Fortunately, it was in the 4 major regions. If it was in the west region, everything would have been completely destroyed. Good. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure, his potential erupted, and the energy in his cultivation sea finally increased to 70%. This was probably the biggest threat that Yuzhen could bring to him. He didn't plan to continue wasting time. Next, he wanted to end this battle. Amidst the sneer, the firestorm wheels appeared. The tricolored firestorm wheels spat out 3 types of energy: thunder, fire, and wind. An extremely horrifying pressure erupted from his body. "Yuzhen, don't you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Since you're so obedient, as my sparring partner, I'll give you a quick death." Amidst the voices, the 3 types of energy in the firestorm wheels turned into 3 divine dragons: a crimson divine dragon, an azure divine dragon, and a white divine dragon. Boom! The violent energy caused a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. The destructive power was much stronger than Yu Zhen's Thunder God Sword of Annihilation. The firestorm wheels could absorb the three types of elemental energy between heaven and earth: thunder, wind, and fire. It kept getting stronger. Therefore, what Yu Zhen was facing was not only Ling Xiao, but also heaven and earth. This power should be almost equivalent to a beginner 6th level martial skill of the Emperor level. Ling Xiao felt the terrifying power of the three divine dragons. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Tremble." At that moment, Yu Zhen suddenly trembled. He trembled for no reason, but it made him even more terrified. Do you want to know where I've been these days? I won't tell you. However, you should have some impression of the firestorm wheels, right? It was a treasure owned by the god of thieves, who had wreaked havoc in the Golden Sky region. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after 1,000 years of wear and tear, it's enough to kill you. Thief God. Hearing this title, Yu Zhen was shocked. 1,000 years ago, many powerful people had appeared, and this thief god was one of them. He was even more famous than the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme was being chased by the Dong Sheng Emperor. However, the thief god could hunt down the Dong Sheng Emperor. He had only lost to the Golden Emperor. Why would such a terrifying name be associated with Ling Xiao? He was puzzled, but Ling Xiao wouldn't answer him. In the distance, in a peaceful city, people suddenly saw the collision of two terrifying energies in the sky. On one side was the terrifying lightning sword. On the other side were three domineering divine dragons. "Wife, come out and watch the immortals fight." People scrambled to inform him. However, none of them dared to approach. When the immortals fought, the mortals would suffer. Who dared to approach? Wouldn't that be courting death? The three divine dragons soared into the sky. The lightning sword whizzed down. The two collided in the void. "I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you!" Yu Zhen roared. Because of fear, he began to burn his inner core. Burning the inner core was different from exploding the inner core. Exploding the inner core was an instant destruction. Burning the inner core could make one's attack or speed more powerful. He wasn't confident, so he was going all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he would definitely die. "No, I don't want to die." The lightning sword was torn apart by the three divine dragons and then shattered. Yu Zhen knew that his end was here. He couldn't understand. Why did this happen? How did Ling Xiao, who had been suppressed by him earlier, suddenly become so frightening? He didn't even need to use the divine demon seal to make him feel the threat of death. He removed the dragon trapping talisman, turned around, and fled frantically. However, how could his speed compare to the speed of the three divine dragons? A terrifying explosion sounded out. The three divine dragons tore the terrified Yu Zhen into pieces. At the moment before Yu Zhen died, his eyes were still filled with shock and regret. He had never expected that he would die in Ling Xiao's hands this time. This was just like a terrifying nightmare. "Come back!" Ling Xiao waved his hand. Then the three divine dragons merged back into the firestorm wheels. It was as if nothing had happened between the heavens and the earth. Only a storage ring was kept by Ling Xiao. Among all of Yu Zhen's belongings, the only thing that interested Ling Xiao was the energy stones. As for the rest, he was going to use them to build his kingdom, killing a peak 5th Divine Core warrior with a late 4th Divine Core cultivation base. No one in the 4 domains had ever heard of such a thing. Under normal circumstances, it was possible to kill someone with a higher cultivation base than the same core realm. But this frightening leap of one core realm was something that had never been heard of before. Ling Xiao had always been like this. He was always able to bring surprise and disbelief to people. Ling Xiao looked at the direction where Yu Zhen died. With an indifferent expression, it was as if he had just stepped on an ant. But if this ant was placed in the Purple Palace Royal City, it was nothing. There were a lot of people who were stronger than him, and most of them were Ling Zhao's enemies. They wanted to stop him from saving Zi Qinya, but he would deal with whatever came his way. Would he be afraid? With his previous strength, he still had the courage to go to the Purple Palace Royal City. Now that he had obtained the Firestorm Wheels and cultivated the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, he had even more reason to go. I should learn the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique along the way. Since the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique is only a 5th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, it is much easier to cultivate compared to the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, but it is still useful. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao continued walking towards the Purple Palace Royal City without any hesitation. From the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent, Ling Xiao had started from the lowest level of beggars. That was why he was able to achieve what he had today. If those top warriors knew about his experience, they would definitely be shocked. A man with such a low status could actually have such strength. Those so-called geniuses would all be overshadowed in front of him. But he still had to be careful. The road ahead was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Dongsheng Kingdom was just a subsidiary power of the Golden Heavenly Nation. There were only 4 such kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region. The so-called Dongsheng Combat Strength List was just a ranking made by those so-called young geniuses. It had nothing to do with the real strong warriors. It would be more appropriate to call it the Dongsheng Potential List. Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were ranked in the top 10 of the list. He wondered how terrifying the strongest one was. Would he be at the 8th level of the Divine Core realm? Would he be at the Heavenly Core realm? Chapter 3842. Since the Eastern Victory Kingdom was already so powerful, there must be someone who had broken through to the Extreme Pill realm. So, how powerful was Huang Jindi? Right now, he couldn't even guess who it was. But perhaps all the young geniuses from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom were at least at the 8th Divine Core realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would never be able to reach this level. But now, he was a late 4th Divine Core warrior. He wasn't that far away from the 8th Divine Core realm. Sister Yunu, finally I can touch you. Ling Zhao's mind was filled with excitement and anticipation. Even if the Eternal Palace was stronger than the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, it shouldn't be much stronger. That Wang Quan Tianxia, who was engaged to Yu Fanghua, was most likely an extreme pill warrior, which meant he was at the 9th Divine Core realm. As long as Jiang Chen put in a little more effort, he would be able to go to the Eternal Palace and find the woman of his dreams. The path of cultivation might be filled with the unknown and fear for others, but in Ling Zhao's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Because of the martial soul of Tyrant, even the King of Sovereigns couldn't make him feel fear. Fear came from the unknown. He had a trace of the human king's bloodline. So why would he fear the King of Sovereigns? Compared to the human king, the King of Sovereigns was nothing. But right now, the most important thing is still the matter in the Purple Palace Kingdom. Ling Xiao retracted his chaotic thoughts and increased his speed. Purple Palace Kingdom, royal capital. The royal palace that only the king was allowed to live in had now become Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue's temporary residence. As for the king of the Purple Palace, he had moved out of the royal capital. No matter how high his status was in the Purple Palace Kingdom, when facing the powerful Gu Fenghua, he had no chance of winning. All he could do was endure. Being the king was a shame, but it was still better than being dead. Within the royal capital, Gu Fenghua was cultivating in his luxurious clothes. His cultivation had reached the early 7th Divine Core realm, but he was still working so hard. It looked like it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to reach his current cultivation level. Qing Moshue was sitting not far away from him. She was lying on the ground. Her beautiful body was enough to make any man drool. She was flipping through a book, laughing from time to time. Gu Fenghua sighed helplessly and opened her eyes. "Junior sister, I'm cultivating." "Of course, I know that senior apprentice brother is cultivating, but don't you find it boring to have such a delicate beauty in front of you? You actually still have the heart to cultivate." Qing Mashua pouted. It was hard to imagine that such a cruel and merciless woman could actually show such a cute side in front of others. She had the face of a fairy, but the heart of a snake and scorpion. This was probably the kind of person she was talking about. All right, I won't cultivate anymore. What book are you reading? It's so interesting." Gu Fenghua seemed to dote on her junior sister very much and asked gently, "It's nothing much. It's just an encyclopedia compiled by the Dongsheng royal family. It's very interesting. Look here, the strongest beings in the Black Tortoise continent are the 12 beast gods. At the very top was the sun god, the king of all gods. Moreover, it also said that in the Black Tortoise continent, there was a kind of beast god martial artist. That was above the beast warriors. They have obtained the beast god martial spirit and are extremely powerful." Qing Mashua said excitedly, "I've heard of beast god martial artist. The Eternal Emperor Region's Wang Quan's world is a beast god martial artist. Moreover, it's said that his beast god divine position isn't low. It's very likely that he's a high-level god divine position, or even stronger." Gu Fenghua frowned and said, "This Wang Quan's world is known as the number 1 genius of the 4 major regions. It's not a bluff." "I think he's just bluffing. Senior apprentice brother, work harder. You'll definitely surpass him. Besides, not to mention others, isn't the number 1 genius of the Eternal Life Palace that Yufang Hua and Wang Quan's world should be on par?" Gu Fenghua continued, "Sai, but whether it's Yufang Hua or Wang Quan's world, they're both much stronger than me. If I don't obtain a better cultivation method, I'm afraid I'll never be able to surpass them. It'll be difficult to catch up. Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely help you obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongsheng sky sword." Qing Mashua suddenly became serious. "Thank you, Shui." Gu Fenghua smiled. The reason he came to the Purple Mansion Kingdom was to obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongsheng sky sword. These 2 items could not fall into the hands of others. "Young master, may I enter?" A voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was the Purple Mansion King, Chunyu. "Come in," Gu Fenghua said calmly. Chunyu walked in from outside and said to Gu Fenghua, "Young master, there's news about Ling Xiao. He's not dead. 4 days ago, he was injured by Yu Zhen and went missing. He suddenly appeared today and killed Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen even used his most powerful lightning sword of annihilation. However, he was still no match for that kid. There's a rumor that the kid has a pair of firestorm wheels." "Yu Zhen, that trash," Gu Fenghua snorted and said, "However, Ling Xiao has the firestorm wheels. It's no wonder he lost. The firestorm wheels are a treasure left behind by the thief god. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to obtain such a treasure after disappearing for a few days. He really was blessed by luck. Looks like there's one more treasure on my list." "Senior brother, are you talking about the firestorm wheels that the thief god used to escape Huang Jindi's pursuit?" Qing Mashua said in surprise. "That's right. It should be that thing," Gu Fenghua said coldly. "Good kid. I'm really getting more and more curious about him. Initially, I wanted to kill him directly, but from the looks of it now, this kid is definitely not a bad choice to use for treasure hunting." Qing Mashua revealed a smile. "Qinyu, where is he?" Qing Mashua asked anxiously. I'm sorry, young masters. That guy is very cunning. He disappeared after killing Yu Zhen. It's as if he didn't exist. The people we sent to search for him couldn't find any clues. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Trash. Qing Moshua scolded. Shwa, don't scold people. That Ling Xiao should be good at a secret technique that conceals him. However, it doesn't matter. I believe he will come to the Purple Mansion royal capital. Zi Qinya is in our hands, so he will definitely come. As long as he enters the Purple Mansion royal capital, he won't be able to escape from us. Gu Fenghua sneered. But senior brother, is he that stupid? He knows we're all in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Why would he still come? Qing Moshua was puzzled. You don't understand. This kid is very loyal. Zi Qinya helped him before. They call each other brother and sister. He will definitely come. Actually, what happened in the small purple spirit kingdom is an example, Gu Fenghua said with a smile. If he obediently hands over those things, perhaps I can take him in as a subordinate. After all, with his talent and character, it would be great if he became a subordinate. Is there really such a loyal man in this world? Qing Moshua still didn't believe it. Chapter 3843. Chen Yu, you can go back now. Remember, protect Zi Qinya well. Don't let her die. As long as she's alive, she'll be more useful to us. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Understood. Chen Yu turned around and left. Ling Xiao wouldn't let Gu Fenghua discover his existence. He knew a divine core warrior had a powerful divine sense. However, the divine sense wasn't the same as the eyes. In order to detect a cultivator, the cultivator had to release his aura. But Ling Xiao had the ability to completely hide his aura. He didn't want to expose himself. As long as he didn't attack, it would be impossible for anyone to find him with their divine sense. It took him 6 days to travel from the Peach Blossom Bay to the capital city. Because he had been using the falling plum clear shadow steps for a long time, he had reached the great perfection stage. As for the plum blossom acupuncture hand, Ling Xiao had practiced it on demon beasts, and it had reached the great perfection stage. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao had been fed high-ranked energy stones by the Blood Thunder God along the way. He had also fed the Blood Thunder God all the lightning element demon cores he got from the ancient Dong Shun Emperor and the Peach Blossoms treasure vault. He had spent a total of 10 million high-ranked energy stones, hundreds of thousands of demon beast cores. The Blood Thunder God had filled up 10% of his cells. Not only had his body become stronger, his ordinary attacks had also skyrocketed. The current strength of his physical body was equivalent to a 6th Order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill. That also meant most of the damage an early 6th Order Divine Core warrior could inflict on him would be negated. Although he was still no match for the 3 great generals, at least he wouldn't be easily defeated by them. Also, he wouldn't be easily killed. Cultivating while traveling, Ling Xiao had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Purple Palace's capital city. At the same time, Hai Miangko, who was far away in the western region, had encountered a strange situation. Although Hai Miangko wasn't a very strong cultivator, she was the representative of the Purple Palace. However, because she directly represented Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, her position were extremely special. Besides, she was once the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Many people respected her very much. On this day, Hai Miangko finished her cultivation and walked to the balcony of the pavilion, looking at the constantly changing scenery of the Celestial Empire. Ever since the Celestial Empire unified the Western region and the Archean Divine Tomb, everything was on the right track. Construction was in full swing. The scene of the entire nation practicing martial arts was even more popular than before. In the Celestial Empire, Sex have nothing to do with it. The empire would set up local academies and the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone, regardless of whether they were men or women, could take the test, regardless of your aptitude. As long as you can pass the assessment, you can enter these academies to cultivate. Moreover, the Celestial Empire implemented compulsory education. Other than the higher education institutions, the rest could be studied for free. You only need to pay for your living expenses and books. Those books were compiled by countless martial arts instructors. They were easier to learn and understand than ordinary martial arts manuals. Such a situation had long been implemented in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent. In the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent, this was just the beginning, but the people were very welcoming. It was just that Haim Myung-ko, who was in charge of this matter, was really a little tired. Haim Myung-ko smiled slightly. That guy left this mess for me and actually ran off to make his own way. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in her mind. She and Ling Xiao could be said to have become friends after a fight. They were once enemies, but later became friends. Now, they were best friends. Although she was blaming him, she revealed a hint of a smile. Ling Xiao occupied a very special place in her heart. The only thing she was not very satisfied with now was her own strength. She was too weak, so she could only stay behind to help Ling Xiao take care of the empire's affairs. It would be great if he was stronger. He might be able to help that guy even more. No, I'm too tired. I'd better go to sleep for a while. She yawned. She was dealing with political affairs and cultivating. She really had her hands full. Now she really felt a little tired. When she returned to bed, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Suddenly, she saw a person standing in front of her bed. A woman who was so beautiful that she was jealous. She knew this woman, and she had been beaten up before. She knew that this was the woman Ling Xiao loved the most, the Moon Maiden. However, the current Moon Maiden was clearly younger than before. Senior Moon Maiden, why are you here? Haim Myung-ko looked at the woman in front of her in surprise and asked, My name is Yufeng Hua. The woman smiled and said, That guy used to call me Moon Maiden. I really don't understand why, but it doesn't matter. I know that you're his friend, and you're also a very trusted friend. Him. Are you talking about His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Haim Myung-ko asked. So he's your Celestial Emperor. His background is not small. Yes, I'm talking about him. Is he not here? I've almost searched the entire Western region and the immemorial divine tomb, but I can't find his aura. Or is he dead? When Yufeng Hua said this, her expression suddenly became very ugly. There was a strong sense of sadness. No, he's not dead. Haim Myung-ko shook her head and said, He went to look for you. He went to the 4 regions to look for you. The 4 regions. How can he survive in the 4 regions with his strength? Yufeng Hua was anxious. Senior Moon Maiden, you don't have to worry. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is a person who is good at creating miracles. When he left the Western region, he was already very powerful. I believe that his current strength is something you can't even imagine. Haim Myung-ko and Ling Xiao had known each other for a long time. The two of them had known each other since the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Therefore, she knew Ling Xiao's abilities very well. That's impossible. It's only been a short time, and he can already set foot in the 4 regions. Yufeng Hua was a little surprised. If she had recovered her memories of the past, she probably wouldn't be so surprised. The Moon Maiden who had died for Ling Xiao knew more about Ling Xiao's strength than Haim Myung-ko. He must have gone. But what's your current state? Why are you here? Haim Myung-ko was still a little confused. She was clearly sleeping. You're in a dream right now. I'm talking to you through the dream reflection mirror. I really didn't expect that he would really go to the four regions to look for me. That Wang Quanzheng guy actually told me that he's dead. That old thing really was lying to me. Yu Fanghua frowned and said, "Thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, I would still be aimlessly searching for him in the Western region. Although the dream reflection mirror is useful, it consumes too much energy. To thank you, I'll give you a gift." She suddenly pointed her finger, and a ray of light shot into Haim Myungko's body. Haim Myungko suddenly woke up. She realized that the room was empty. Chapter 3844. When she woke up from her dream, Haim Myungko was shocked to find out that her cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. She had reached the first level of the divine vein realm. Although her cultivation base wasn't the strongest in the Western region, it was still very strong. Compared to her previous cultivation base, it was at least 1,000 times stronger. It had saved her a few decades of hard work. This senior, you knew, is really frightening. But I think she must have consumed a lot of energy to help me increase my cultivation base. Haim Myungko thought to herself. Ling Xiao had set his sights on the Moon Lady, and it seemed like it made sense. I wish you all the best. We'll meet again soon. Haim Myungko stood up and once again immersed herself in her work and cultivation. The first level of the divine vein realm was considered a top warrior in the Western region, but when she went to the other four regions, she was nothing. Therefore, she couldn't stop. But with her current cultivation base, she could go to the other four regions and cultivate. That way, her cultivation speed would be faster. Everything in the Western region had stabilized. She didn't need to stay here anymore. Standing outside of the Purple Palace Kingdom, Ling Xiao had no idea what was happening in the Western region. But he firmly believed in one thing. He was trying his best to get close to the Moon Lady, and the Moon Lady was trying her best to find him. He had his own beliefs. So did the Moon Lady. Both of them were willing to risk their lives for each other. Or else, they wouldn't be working together. Of course, Ling Xiao had to put the Moon Lady aside for now. The most important thing, right now, was to save Zi Qianya. Although Zi Qianya wasn't his true love, he did have a one-night stand with her. Besides, Zi Qianya had treated him well. He wasn't an ungrateful person. If you were willing to risk your life for your friend would do everything for you. Throughout his journey, there were many people who were loyal to him. It was because of his personality, his way of doing things. Those people knew that if they were loyal to him, they wouldn't be abandoned by him. They wouldn't be disappointed. Kid, don't blame your master. Long, you still have a chance to change your mind. There are 3 early 6th Divine Core Purple Palace generals waiting for you in the Purple Palace Kingdom. A late 6th Divine Core Marshal. There was also a peak 6th Divine Core King of the Purple Palace. Of course, the most frightening ones were Qing Moshue, who was at the perfect 6th Divine Core realm, and Gu Fenghua, who was at the early 7th Divine Core realm. Once you enter that place, you will most likely die. Yuan venerates New Ling Xiao very well, but as a master, he was unwilling to see his disciple court death. Although Ling Xiao now had the strength to kill Yu Zhen and Zi Lan, he still had the strength to do so. However, those two people were nothing in front of the current enemy. A Yuan venerate could see his disciple's improvement. If he had more time, he might not even be afraid of the enemies in front of him. Master, I know you care about me, but Zi Qianya is suffering. If I'm late, she'll have to suffer for another day. And have you forgotten? My strength has never been obtained by cultivating in seclusion. Instead, it was a head-on confrontation. Even if I'm not their match, I definitely won't die. Don't forget that your disciple's greatest strength isn't his combat prowess, but his ability to escape. If I don't want to die, none of them will be able to kill me. Ever since Ling Xiao started cultivating, he understood one thing: survive. That was the most important thing. Therefore, no matter what he cultivated, his number one priority would always be to increase his survival ability. That was why he had become a monster that no one could kill even if they wanted to. Even a cockroach couldn't compare to him. Ling Xiao had been doing this for a long time, and he was already familiar with it. He knew when to fight and when to run. He knew this very well. Furthermore, his main goal was to save Zi Qianye, not to compete with Gu Fenghua and Qing Moxue. He didn't necessarily need to fight. Gu Fenghua's divine sense is extremely powerful, and I don't know what kind of magical treasure she has. You better be prepared. Even if you can hide all your aura, you might not be able to escape from her eyes. Yuan Venerate gave up. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up. However, the more Ling Xiao acted like this, the more gratified he felt. If it wasn't because of Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't have chosen Ling Xiao to be his disciple. I understand, Master. Don't worry, I'll be careful. But don't underestimate your own strength. Although Gu Fenghua is strong, he is still only an early 7th Divine Core warrior. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he turned into a shadow warrior and stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital. The Purple Palace King's capital was comparable to 10 Purple Spirit cities. It was huge. At least, Ling Xiao had never seen such a huge city before. But this was probably the limit. A city that could accommodate 1 billion people. Perhaps, in the future, there wouldn't be a city that was bigger than this. There was always a limit to everything. But then again, the Purple Palace King's capital also had a small world like the Peach Blossom Bay. According to Zi Qianye, there were a total of 12 small worlds in the Purple Palace King's capital. The size of each small world was no smaller than a Purple Spirit capital. Therefore, the Purple Palace King's capital was as big as 20 Purple Spirit cities. But no one could see these small worlds on the surface. They could only be accessed through those portals. I don't think I've been discovered. Right after he stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital, it was as if Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the world. He had completely hidden himself in the void. This ability of his was even scarier than the Shadow Warrior. He had learned it from the Thief God's Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. To be more precise, Ling Xiao could temporarily enter a different realm. No one could see him or sense him, but he could see everything in the outside world. He just couldn't interfere with it. It was rather troublesome to open this realm, and it would take at least half an hour of preparation to succeed. Also, he had to put all of his attention into it. Therefore, when he was being chased, it was very difficult for him to enter. It was even more impossible when he was fighting. But luckily, all he needed to do was consume energy stones. Although the consumption of energy stones per minute reached hundreds, but for the rich Ling Xiao, it was nothing. The number of upper-grade spirit stones in his possession had already reached 800 million. He was not afraid of consumption. While hiding in the void plane, he could see, hear, and smell everything that was happening in the outside world. But he couldn't interfere, because once he did, the void realm would collapse. He would be exposed. Of course, the people outside couldn't interfere with him. Let's go to the palace first. Ling Xiao didn't know where Zi Qianye was imprisoned, so he could only look around. The palace was a relatively conspicuous place, so he naturally had to make a trip there. He walked into the palace, just like that. But no one discovered his existence. This was because he and everyone else were existences in 2 different worlds. Chapter 38:45. Unless someone was strong enough to destroy a plane, they wouldn't be able to find Ling Xiao. Sai, Our king has been living a miserable life recently. He's the king of the Zifu kingdom, but he can't even breathe because of two brats. Shut up. Do you want to die? Gu Fenghua's divine sense covers the entire Zifu kingdom. What's there to be afraid of? Her divine sense can only detect a warrior's aura. She can't even hear what I'm saying. Plus, I'm telling the truth. Who does she think she is? She comes to the Zifu kingdom and randomly kills people. I heard that woman called Qing Moshue destroyed the 10 cities of the Ziling kingdom, including the capital. They've become dead cities. That's true. I heard that they even locked the king of the Ziling kingdom, Ziqinya, in the Zifu nether realm. Compared to the Ziling nether realm, the killing intent in the Zifu nether realm is 100 times stronger. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to survive. Only the king of the Ziqinya kingdom was strong enough to survive. But at this rate, it'll be very difficult for her to resist the killing intent. She won't be able to improve her cultivation at all. She might even get injured and go crazy. Yeah, every day she's locked up, she gets weaker and weaker. It's too tragic. Yeah, poor woman. No one came to save her. I heard the king say that Ling Xiao might come. He received the legacy of the Blood Sword Lord. His power has probably increased greatly. I heard that he even killed Yu Zhen a few days ago. Don't count on it. Yu Zhen is nothing in front of a general, not to mention Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. If Ling Xiao really comes, he'll die. Yeah, the entire Zifu kingdom is looking for him. But what about him? He's not even worth mentioning in front of a general, not to mention that terrifying demon Gu Fenghua. As long as he has a brain, he won't come. Ziqinya won't let him come either. At this point, everyone sighed. They felt sympathy for Ziqinya, anger for Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, and indignation for the king of the Zifu kingdom. I believe he'll come back. The first person to speak said, although I've only seen that kid once. Back then, when he returned to his hometown to visit his relatives, he saw him duel with Nie Shuang. That kid can always create miracles, for sure. You're thinking too much. What kind of existence is the Dong Sheng Strong country? It's not like you don't know. Even our king was directly appointed by the Dong Sheng Strong country. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so humble in front of those two grandsons. At this point, Ling Zhao's thoughts had already flown to the Purple Mansion underworld. It was 100 times more terrifying than the Purple Spirit Nether realm. This also meant that the weakest demon beast in the Purple Mansion Nether realm was at least at the second Divine Core realm. Perhaps the strongest of them could reach the 6th Divine Core realm. No matter how strong Ziqinya was, he was still unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent. If you want to enter the bloodthirsty battlefield, you have to go through the teleportation portal in the Zifu army's camp. However, once they passed through that area, they would definitely release their aura and be discovered by others. This is really troublesome. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but the problem was that if he encountered Gu Fenghua or Qing Moshue directly, he wouldn't even be able to fight. He could only run. Could it be that I have no choice but to admit defeat? Ling Xiao thought of a way. He had to hand over the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the immemorial martial skill. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword didn't have a sword soul, and even if Gu Fenghua had it, she wouldn't be able to control it. The immemorial martial skill was profound, and even the Blood Sword Reverend, who was an 8th Divine Core warrior, couldn't comprehend it. Gu Fenghua couldn't either. It was fine if he handed it over. What he was worried about was that even if he handed it over, Gu Fenghua would still want to kill him. This was the real problem. While Jiang Chen was thinking about this, suddenly a towering aura exploded from outside the palace. Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. This aura clearly came from someone who had reached the peak fifth divine core realm. Although he had killed two opponents like this before. But this person seemed a little different. The aura was even more terrifying than Yu Zhan and Zilan combined. Could it be that Yu Qilong has broken through? Ling Xiao thought for a while, and this was the only possibility. Yu Qilong had brought back such important information. Of course, Gu Fenghua would give him some benefits. After all, Yu Qilong was an obedient dog. If Gu Fenghua didn't want to do it herself, she could just let this dog bite someone. Only Gu Fenghua was able to help Yu Qilong break through from the early fifth divine core realm to the peak fifth divine core realm in such a short period of time. Let's go there and have a look. Ling Xiao dashed out of the palace and headed towards the building. He noticed that when he left the palace, a few figures flew out from the palace at the same time. These figures were unfamiliar to Jiang Chen, but the Purple Palace King, the Purple Palace Marshal, and the three great generals were easy to recognize. They were all wearing the purple spirit armor. Those two unfamiliar faces must be heaven-slaying blade Devil Gu Fenghua and Death, which Qing Ma Xue. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen these two people's faces. They had just passed by each other. They were just from different planes. I'll remember your faces. One day, I'll crush you into pieces. Ling Xiao really wanted to know what these people were planning. Therefore, he followed them. Senior disciple, I really don't understand. You wasted so much energy on a piece of trash like him, and he broke through to the peak fifth divine core realm. He's not even at the sixth divine core realm. Why did you waste so much energy? They arrived at the mansion. Yu Qilong was walking outside. Qing Ma Xue said with disdain. This woman was as arrogant as Gu Fenghua, and she looked down on everyone. However, she couldn't hide her thoughts, and she would say whatever was on her mind. Unlike Gu Fenghua, who thought one thing in her mind, but said something else with her mouth. Junior disciple sister, he's not bad. After all, his talent is just SOSO. He is indeed a genius in the Purple Palace Kingdom, but in the Eastern Victory Kingdom, he's not good enough. Don't be too harsh on him. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Hearing what she said, Yu Qilong's face twitched. But he didn't dare complain. Even if a dog was beaten, it would still recognize its master. Welcome to the two young lords, the king, the marshal, and the three great generals. Yu Qilong was the one with the lowest status and strength among these people. Therefore, no matter who he met, he had to kneel down and greet them. And stand up. Not bad, not bad. Not only have you broken through to the perfect divine core realm, you've also broken through to the divine core realm. Not only that, you've also cultivated a fifth order emperor realm martial skill. Now, you should have the confidence to defeat that Ling Xiao, right? Gu Fenghua asked with a smile. Of course, Yu Qilong said confidently. A few days ago, when you were cultivating, Ling Xiao killed Yu Zhan and Zilan. Are you still confident? Qing Ma Xue said with disdain. What? Hearing what Qing Ma Xue said, Yu Qilong was shocked. He had betrayed his dignity and soul in exchange for his sudden increase in strength. But what did Ling Xiao have to kill Yu Zhan? Chapter 3846. Hearing that Ling Xiao had killed Yu Zhan, Yu Qilong's expression became gloomy and unwilling. The joy he felt after breaking through to the peak, fifth, heavenly core, realm, had vanished. You don't have confidence anymore. Gu Fenghua said coldly. No, I have confidence. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, I'm just angry. That guy dared to kill Yu Zhan. I'll kill him for sure. Good, as long as you have confidence. You didn't waste my effort in cultivating you. Don't worry. In my opinion, your current strength is at least 10 times stronger than Yu Zhan. Ling Xiao had used all his strength to kill Yu Zhen. He is no match for you now, Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Thank you, young master, for your appreciation, Yu Qilong hastily said. Since senior brother appreciates you so much, shouldn't you do something for him? Qing Moshue suddenly said with a smile. Young Master Qing Moshue, please be frank with me. I'm a fool, what do you mean? Yu Qilong asked with a respectful tone. You still don't understand? What an idiot! Qing Moshue curled her lips and said, Listen, what senior brother wants is Ling Zhao's treasures, not Zi Qianya's life. You're the one who imprisoned Zi Qianya in the Purple Mansion Nether Realm, right? You're really stupid. Can Ling Xiao enter the Purple Mansion Nether Realm? Even if he wants to save him, he can't. If he doesn't show up, how is he going to get the treasures? I think I understand now, Yu Qilong suddenly said. I'll release Zi Qianya from the Purple Mansion Nether Realm immediately, then make an announcement to the public. 7 days later, I'll publicly execute him. I'll give Ling Xiao enough time to come here. Then, I'll capture him on the spot. Not bad. At least you have some brains, Qing Moshue said with an indifferent tone. On that day, senior brother and I will pretend to leave the capital and return to the Dongsheng Kingdom. I don't want that little kitten to be too scared to come to the capital. Once he takes the bait, we'll trap him, and he won't be able to escape. At that time, everything he has will belong to senior brother. Although it was Qing Moshue who said this, Gu Fenghua agreed. None of the people here dared to betray him. He believed he could keep this secret a secret. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. At the end of the day, Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were both overconfident. Moreover, he relied too much on his divine sense, believing that no one could avoid detection wherever his divine sense was. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was an exception. This was something they had never expected. Thank you for your advice, young lord. This subordinate believes that Ling Xiao should already be on his way here. Although he hated that brat to the bone, he had to admit that that brat was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. You dare to go against my Yu clan for someone unrelated to Gao Hong? For the people of the king's residence, he dared to go to the Purple Spirit capital alone. If it wasn't for the fact that Zilan was too useless and too stupid, that brat wouldn't have been able to escape from the Golden Light dragon trapping Grand Array. Therefore, he would definitely come to the royal city. At that time, there is no need for the two young masters to make a move. This subordinate will be able to tear that brat into pieces. Vent the hatred in my heart. This bastard really knows me well. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard Yu Qilong's words. Of course, it wasn't because Yu Qilong was praising him, but because as long as Zi Qianya was brought out of the Purple Mansion underworld, he would have a way to save Zi Qianya. Even if it was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would have to give it a try. All right, I'll leave everything to you. Gu Fenghua didn't know what to think, but she seemed to trust Yu Qilong very much. After leaving the palace quietly, Ling Xiao began to think about his next step. Disciple, you heard what they said. This is simply a trap for you. Perhaps you won't be able to save Zi Qianya and might even lose your life. The Yuan Venerate had no choice but to remind Ling Xiao again. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was naturally the most important. Master, I know what you're talking about. However, it's impossible for me to leave Zi Qianya alone. They have their plans, and I have mine. Letting Zi Qianya out of the Purple Mansion underworld might be the best bait for them. However, it's also the best opportunity for me. I can't give it up. Ling Xiao shook his head. What we should consider now is not whether to save Zi Qianya, but how to save him. Forget it. Since you're so determined, I'll help you one more time. I'll leave your body for a period of time and modify the array formation of the Purple Mansion Royal City. This is in case of an emergency. This is our greatest advantage. Whether we want to save someone or escape, it's always good to be fully prepared. The Yuan Venerate said. Will there be any problems? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. He couldn't let anything happen to his master just because he wanted to save Zi Qianya. Don't worry, my spirit consciousness is already very strong. It won't be a problem for me to leave your body and protect you for about 10 days. I'll only need 3 or 4 days to set up and modify the array formation. The Yuan Venerate smiled. But what if we're discovered? Ling Xiao asked again. That won't happen. Do you think I am? Do you think that kid can discover me with his spirit consciousness? The Yuan Venerate had the confidence of a powerhouse. All right, but come back immediately if there are any unforeseen circumstances. Ling Xiao reminded him. Of course. I still have a huge grudge to avenge, so I won't die just like that. The Yuan Venerate left his body after saying that. Ling Xiao watched him leave as he considered his next step. He still wasn't strong enough. Therefore, the next step was to break through. He hadn't used the thief god's inner core yet. He had kept it in his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Buzz. Suddenly, the bloody thunder god jumped up excitedly. Ling Xiao could feel its excitement because the blood-red thunder god had completely merged with his body. The excitement of the blood-red thunder god was his excitement. The feeling was very obvious. Is there anything good in that direction? Ling Xiao looked in the direction the lightning was pointing in. That should be the Purple Mansion Academy. Ling Xiao had met students from the Purple Mansion Academy when he had just arrived in the 4 great domains. He had also been looking forward to the Purple Mansion Academy. However, he had forgotten about the Purple Mansion Academy for a long time. Now, the Bloody Thunder God had reminded him of the Purple Mansion Academy. Could there be some treasure there that made the Bloody Thunder God so excited? Regardless, he had to go and take a look. If he could make the Crimson Thunder God stronger, then his chances of winning would be higher. He might even be able to improve his cultivation base. He didn't intend to use the Thief God's inner core yet. It would be a waste to use it given his current cultivation base. However, improving his strength was a must. After all, no matter how good a plan was, it couldn't compare to great strength. The Crimson Thunder God had given him a clear path to take. Eternal Emperor Region, Eternal Life Palace. There was actually a palace in a place with very few people. This place was blocked by a powerful array formation. Outsiders couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. Yu Fanghua's tired face broke into a smile. I never thought that this thing would really be useful. She looked at the book in her hand. It was a book that specialized in array formations. Chapter 3847. That book on array formations was given to Yu Fanghua by Ling Xiao. She had only intended to keep it as a souvenir. But now she had used this book and spent a lot of time and energy to open an exit in this array formation, although the array formation was completely repaired as soon as she went out. But that had nothing to do with Yu Fanghua. She had come out. Relying on her longing for Ling Xiao, she had broken out of the cage here. White Eagle, let's go. Yu Fanghua called out. The White Eagle, which was originally only a foot tall, suddenly grew to dozens of feet tall. Yu Fanghua jumped on and sped away. Let's go to the primordial divine tomb first. Maybe Ling Xiao will be there. Although she had learned from Haim Miankeo that Ling Xiao had left the western region through the dream mirror, but she still had to go and take a look. At the very least, she had to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked before she knew whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive. Ling Xiao, you must not die. Otherwise, all my hopes and expectations will be gone. Looking into the distance, Yu Fanghua's heart was burning with anxiety. If Ling Xiao had stayed in that small place, she would not have been so worried. But Ling Xiao had actually gone to the western region and then to the 4 great regions in order to find her. How could she not be worried? Sister Fanghua, your heart is in a mess. White Eagle suddenly spoke. It was a sweet girl's voice. White Eagle was a demon beast and could transform into human form. She had been saved by Yu Fanghua before, so she could be considered Yu Fanghua's best sister. Yes, my heart is in a mess. Yu Fanghua smiled bitterly. She had never thought that she would be so captivated by a man, and that she would be so flustered. Is that man really that good? Is he worth, Sister Fanghua, giving up your inner core? White Eagle sighed. White Eagle, keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell Ling Xiao about it. I'm afraid that he'll rush to the immortal palace to seek death. He's that kind of person. Yu Fanghua suddenly recalled the crazy look on Ling Xiao's face when she was taken away. Even in the face of powerful existences like Wang Tianming and Wang Zhenhua, he was still fearless. Such a person was really worth entrusting her life to. But sister, without the inner core, not only will your strength be greatly reduced, if someone destroys your inner core, you will also be crippled of all your cultivation. White Eagle could not help but ask, It's not a problem for now. Don't I still have you, White Eagle? With your strength, you can roam the 4 major regions without a problem. Isn't protecting me a piece of cake? Besides, I have the dream reflecting mirror. Even if the Niden isn't in my body, I can still use my true essence. He wouldn't lose too much of his strength. As for the destruction of his inner core, even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. I don't think Father will do that. Yu Fanghua smiled and said, Even if I take a step back, even if my cultivation is crippled, he won't abandon me. Me too, White Eagle said with a firm tone. I know, you're Yu Fanghua's best sister. Yu Fanghua gently stroked White Eagle's feathers. Suddenly, a battle cry sounded out from behind. White Eagle let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and unleashed a frightening aura from his mouth. Nearly 100 pursuers, and all of them were divine core warriors. But all of them were killed. Don't fight, let's go, Yu Fanghua said. Yes, sister. White Eagle was very strong, but he was willing to listen to Yu Fanghua. That was because Yu Fanghua was stronger than him. Besides, White Eagle was her savior. 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had visited the Purple Mansion Academy once. But the Purple Mansion Academy was heavily guarded. In order not to be discovered, Ling Xiao didn't fight. Therefore, he didn't get what the Blood Thunder God wanted. But he had confirmed the location of that thing. It was in the treasure vault of the Purple Mansion Academy. This could be considered as a small reward. After rescuing Zi Qinya, he would definitely come back to this place. It was the symbol of the Purple Mansion Kingdom's highest academy. Ling Xiao wanted to see what was so great about it. After leaving the Purple Mansion Academy, Ling Xiao went deep into the mountains near the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital to cultivate. He specifically chose those powerful demon beasts to fight. Finally, on the 7th day, he broke through to the peak 4th Divine Core realm, although he still couldn't break through to the 5th Divine Core realm. But with this cultivation base, he was confident in dealing with Yu Qilong. It also increased his chances of survival. After all, his strength had increased, but his opponent's strength hadn't. This was his improvement. Not only that, he had also cultivated the Fiend Celestial Seal to the master level. Compared to the minor completion level, it was at least 10 times stronger. This was also the source of his confidence. On the 6th day, Yuan Venerate returned. He looked very weak, so he fell into a deep sleep after returning. Ling Xiao hurriedly gave Yuan venerate all the pills and treasures that could replenish his soul force. He had a lot of these things as well. They were all obtained from the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor and thief god. It was enough for Yuan venerate to recover. Master, I won't let your efforts go to waste. I will save Ziqinya, and I won't die. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. He changed his clothes and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital. 7 days ago, Yu Qilong announced that he was going to publicly execute Ziqinya. This caused an uproar in the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom. Ziqinya had always had a good reputation. Many people in the royal city knew that she was going to be executed. Many people found it unbelievable that she was going to be executed in public. There were also some people who knew that this was to lure a certain fish into a trap. No matter if they knew or not, everyone was paying attention to this matter. 7 days was enough for the news to spread throughout the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The permanent population of the Purple Mansion Kingdom had reached hundreds of millions. It was really shocking that so many people were talking about it. Yu Qilong accused Ziqinya of colluding with rebels and embezzling the kingdom's assets. During her reign, she obstructed the Purple Mansion army many times. She also schemed to frame the Yu family. In any case, these charges were just randomly thrown around. He didn't care whether they were true or not. Perhaps this was called extreme love, extreme hatred. Yu Qilong liked Ziqinya. This was true, although he wanted to use Ziqinya to achieve some of his goals. However, this liking wasn't fake. It was precisely because he liked her so much that he became so ruthless after being rejected. I'm finally here. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the royal city once again. Anger surged in his heart when he saw the notice posted at the city gate. No matter what, he had already made the necessary preparations. Next, it would depend on how far he could go. To be honest, surviving was much easier than saving Ziqinya. Saving Ziqinya would mean facing the encirclement of many experts. Ling Xiao didn't know whether he could succeed or not. Although he had made all the preparations, in the face of a powerful enemy, many plans could only play a small role. If he wanted to succeed, it would depend on strength. Let's do it. If I can't, I'll use all my strength. I'll use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Dong Sheng Emperor's Ring, Crimson Thunder God, and Firestorm Wheels. Chapter 3848. Right now, the Purple Palace Kingdom's capital was truly a tight encirclement. The powerful Purple Palace army had filled every corner of the city. The scene of the public execution was filled with mighty warriors as well. Major General, Lieutenant General, Great General, Marshal, King, and even the Dean of the Purple Palace Academy. Then, there were Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua. Although they didn't show up in public, they were hiding near the execution platform. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to show up. Then they would capture him. When the crowd found out that all of this was just to capture Ling Xiao, a mere 4th-level Divine Core warrior, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Who was this guy? Why was he worth all of this? They would soon find out if it was worth it or not. A huge crowd had gathered around the execution platform. However, in order to prevent Ling Xiao from mixing into the crowd, the Purple Palace army had cleared the area of 1,000 meters around the execution platform. Within this area, there were only their own people. Actually, many people already knew who Ling Xiao was. They also knew what Ling Xiao had, but facing the mighty Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua, none of them had the qualifications to fight for it. Therefore, they were only here to watch the show. Perhaps they could capture Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, then be rewarded by the Dong Sheng superpower. If that was the case, they would be able to achieve great things. Their overall strength would increase tremendously. As the executioner, Yu Qilong just sat there quietly. He had no intention of carrying out the execution. The purpose of today's public execution was just to lure Ling Xiao in. If Ling Xiao didn't show up, it would be meaningless. The stage has been prepared for you. We're just waiting for you. So many big shots are here to support you. You should be happy. Yu Qilong looked at the city gate. His eyes were filled with intense hatred and anticipation. Within a house next to the execution platform, Gu Fenghua and Qing Moxue were drinking. They were chatting while waiting for the execution to begin. "Senior brother, is it really worth it to kill a tiny little Ling Xiao in such a grand ceremony?" Qing Moxue still felt like they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Ling Xiao was only a 4th-level Divine Core warrior. Even if he was a 6th-level Divine Core warrior, there was no need to do this. It's better to be safe than sorry. I've studied this Ling Xiao before. He is a cunning man. Moreover, his ability was really very powerful. He was able to steal the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword from so many mighty warriors. This is definitely not a coincidence. Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, "In any case, Yu Qilong and the others are in charge. We don't have to worry. When the time comes, all you need to do is receive the treasure." But with such a grand occasion, will that guy come? Qing Moxue refused to believe that Ling Xiao would come for a woman. "He will." Gu Fenghua smiled slightly, looking very confident. "Yu Qilong, you despicable bastard." Zi Qianye was tied to the execution platform, wearing shackles. He looked extremely exhausted. However, the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Despicable? And Yu Moxue, as long as I can make a great contribution, young Master Gu Fenghua will definitely give me better things. We, the Yu family, will rise again. As for your Zi family, it's over. You won't be able to catch Ling Xiao." Zi Qian, Yi said coldly. You've seen it for yourself. With such an inescapable trap, don't lie to yourself. If he really comes, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place alive. Even if the 2 young masters don't do anything with just 10 million Z Mansion army soldiers, a single spit from each of them is enough to drown him. Facing Zi Qian, Ye's scolding, Yu Qilong wasn't angry at all. He knew that today was the lucky day of his life. Not only was he going to achieve great success, he was also going to take revenge. Zi Qianyi suddenly shouted out, "Ling Xiao, if you can hear me, don't show yourself. Don't show yourself. Zi Qianyi, can die, but you can't. Keep your body alive and avenge me." After saying that, she suddenly bit her own tongue, preparing to commit suicide by swallowing it. Her inner core was hidden by Gu Fenghua, so she couldn't use a large amount of true core. She could only kill herself in this way. Immobilizing talisman. Yu Qilong suddenly used the immobilizing talisman. He sneered, "You don't have your inner core now. This ordinary immobilizing talisman can also make you unable to move for an hour. Just accept your fate. Before we get what we want, you can't die. If the bait dies, it will be a pity." Ling Xiao had actually seen everything that had happened. He looked at Zi Qianyi, who was on the execution platform, and walked over step by step. "Sister Qianyi, I know you won't let me save you. I know you'd rather die than implicate me. But at the same time, I won't watch you die." Ling Xiao's first step was to save Zi Qianyi. Only in this way, he wouldn't hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Everyone present didn't know what was going to happen. Gu Fenghua didn't know either. He was just waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already arrived at the execution platform. Ling Xiao would give each of them a surprise. "Senior disciple, I don't understand. Why do we have to let the real Zi Qianyi stay there? We can just use a fake one. That way, even if something unexpected happens, She won't be able to escape. In the house, Qing Moshua looked at Zi Qian Yi, who was immobilized by the immobilizing talisman, and asked curiously, Ling Xiao isn't stupid. He is a divine core warrior as well. How could he not know about Zi Qianye's aura? If we use a fake one, and he doesn't want to come out, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, Don't worry, I have Zi Qianye's inner core. Even if something unexpected happens, and Zi Qianyi is saved by someone, we will still be able to save her. As long as we have the inner core, Ling Xiao will definitely come back. Without the inner core, not only would Zi Qianye's cultivation be crippled, she would never be able to form a new inner core. That means she would be a cripple. If Ling Xiao knows this, he will definitely want it. Senior disciple, you're so wise. You've thought of everything, but you didn't tell me, Qing Moshua said with a frown. Shue, don't blame your senior disciple. After all, what happened today will determine whether or not your senior disciple can become the Dong Sheng Emperor, Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Right at this moment, he suddenly furrowed his brows. He's here. Gu Fenghua's divine sense had been covering the entire Purple Palace Imperial City, but he never expected Ling Zhao's aura to suddenly appear on the execution platform. Boom! When the crowd saw the man on the execution platform, a huge commotion broke out. It was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Ling Zhao's appearance was too surprising. While they were still guessing whether or not he would show up, he had already gotten Zi Qianyi. Although they were shocked, Yu Qilong and the others weren't angry. No matter how Ling Xiao appeared, the fish had finally taken the bait. Chapter 3849. He really came. Qing Moshua stood up in shock. This man is really stupid. That's right, he's stupid enough. However, his cunning and unswerving determination are truly terrifying. Gu Fenghua could clearly sense Ling Zhao's cultivation base. Peak Fourth Divine Core Realm. Being able to kill Yu Zhen and Zi Lan with such a cultivation base was really shocking. Furthermore, this guy was able to avoid his divine sense and appear on the execution platform without anyone noticing. This really surprised him too much. If we were in each other's shoes, perhaps he would be the strongest warrior in the Dongsheng Kingdom. Even my father is no match for him. Gu Fenghua was an arrogant man, and he would never praise someone easily. But today, when he saw Ling Xiao, he actually showed a shocked expression. No way, Qing Moshua said in surprise. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. He is already a turtle in a jar. Let's sit down and watch how he is going to be cut into pieces. Gu Fenghua suddenly sneered. There was no if in this world. Compared to him, Ling Xiao was just not as lucky. He had to get rid of this sprout that could pose a threat to him today. But he didn't need to do anything yet. He would let those idiots from the Purple Kingdom kill each other first. A group of vicious dogs chasing after a rabbit. It was quite interesting. He removed the body-securing talisman from Zi Qianye's body. Are you crazy? Why did you really come here? Zi Qianye roared out loudly. Sister Qianye, it's pointless for you to roar now. You can call me stupid or crazy. My men are here. Just hide in the Dongsheng Emperor ring, for now. I'll play with these people. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and spoke in a confident and domineering manner. In fact, Ling Xiao had a crazy idea. That idea was enough to make even Gu Fenghua retreat. It was the bloody devil, rat, that he hadn't used for a long time. The third level of the bloody devil rat. As long as he unleashed it, it would increase his combat strength by 100 times. But at the same time, his cultivation base would drop from the divine core realm to the divine vein realm. His efforts over the past few days might have been in vain. Therefore, that kind of method could only be used when there was no other way. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. After all, that was not his only trump card. But if it reached a point where it had to be used, he wouldn't be stingy either. In any case, recovering one's cultivation base was much faster than increasing it. He was confident that what he had lost would come back. After all, it was better for his cultivation to regress than to die. Hee, what a grand scene. I, Ling Xiao, am just a perfect fourth divine core warrior. At most, he was at the level of a lieutenant general. It is truly a great honor for all of you to welcome me like this. Ling Xiao directly sent Zi Qianye into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Then, he looked around and laughed loudly. I only have one thing to say. I will leave once I save them. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed without mercy. This was a reminder, and also a prelude to a massacre. In this place, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy, because if he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He had no choice at all. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the entire crowd burst into laughter. All the warriors from the Purple Mansion Kingdom thought that Ling Xiao was telling a joke that wasn't funny at all. A mere fourth divine core warrior dared to fight 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army all by himself. Was he an idiot? An idiot? Or a madman? But the common people had a completely different view of Ling Xiao. What a young hero! In order to save his friend, he came even though he knew it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Sigh, why didn't anyone do the same to me? That's right, I'm shocked as well. He really came here. He knew someone had set up a trap for him, but he still came here. Still, he came. A man like this shouldn't die. But he has no way to live. 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army, and they are all elite soldiers. Even if he dies of exhaustion, there is no way he can kill all of them. I think he might give all his treasures to the young lord of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. Perhaps he might be able to keep his life. Maybe, but with his personality, would he really do that? All the common people were looking at Ling Xiao. They more or less felt some sympathy for him. After all, Zi Qianye had a good reputation. Since he was the one who came to save Zi Qianye, the common people naturally felt sympathy for him. Right now, Yu Qilong had walked onto the execution platform. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Are you trying to become the enemy of the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom? You can't represent the Purple Mansion Kingdom. Your king can't either. Those two grandsons of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom can't either. I don't want to become the enemy of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. I want to become the enemy of all of you. It's as simple as that." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with disdain and said, "Look at how arrogant you are. Do you think you have a lot of face after being someone else's dog?" With just a few words, Yu Qilong's face turned red, and his heart was filled with anger. But Yu Qilong managed to hold himself back. He knew that Ling Xiao was like a mosquito stuck on a spider's web. There was no way for him to escape. So he pretended not to hear anything that Yu Qilong said. "Ha ha ha, you're the one who's barking like a dog. You know that you can't leave today. That's why you're biting people like that." Yu Qilong laughed maniacally. "Is that so? Since you're so confident, does that mean that you think you can stop me?" Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong and said sarcastically, "I can kill your father, Yu Hua, and your uncle, Yu Zhen. I can also kill you. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" If he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. So Ling Xiao wanted to fight Yu Qilong one-on-one and then find a chance to escape. He raised his hand, and the blood supreme sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the entire execution platform was filled with killing intent. Countless people felt their hearts tremble. Even the commoners who were 1,000 meters away were trembling in fear. It was as if they saw the god of death descending. You know the Blood Supreme sword, right? It's the weapon that the Blood Supreme sword once used. A spiritual grade, heavenly king weapon is extremely powerful. When this sword is unsheathed, it will be stained with blood. I wonder who will be the first. The moment Ling Xiao unsheathed the sword, everyone was shocked. When he said that, they were even more shocked. They did not understand. Was Ling Xiao really going to fight with Yu Qilong and the rest? Get lost. If you don't dare to fight, then don't block my way. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong, who was stunned by his killing intent, and sneered in disdain. He used the plum blossom shadow steps and appeared behind Yu Qilong in an instant. He did not want to fight. He only wanted to leave. After all, he had saved them. There was no need for him to fight. There were too many experts here. It was not wise to fight to the death. However, Yu Qilong was unwilling to give up. He suddenly attacked from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot so that he could show off his powerful strength. You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? You're courting death. Chapter 3850. Ling Xiao's body instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. After that, he landed on the ground and once again stepped forward with the Mei Qingying steps. The cold blood sovereign sword slashed across Yu Qilong's throat. Clang! A large head fell to the ground. The sword had chopped off Yu Qilong's head. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Even the calm Gu Fenghua and Qing Ma Xue couldn't help but furrow their brows. In their minds, Yu Qilong, who had mastered a 5th grade Emperor Realm martial skill and was at the perfect 5th grade Divine Core realm, was nothing but a piece of cake. Even if he was no match for Ling Xiao, there was no way he would be killed so easily. This didn't make any sense. Of course, Yu Qilong was still alive. A 5th grade Divine Core warrior was a warrior with a golden core. As long as his golden core wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. He would only be severely injured. How dare you? General Hua Xiong jumped out and protected Yu Qilong behind him. If Yu Qilong was attacked by Ling Xiao in his current state, he would definitely die. General Hua Xiong, early 6th grade Divine Core warrior. I don't think we have any grudges. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and asked Hua Xiong, "We don't have any grudges, but you've gotten something you shouldn't have. If you're willing to hand over those things, I'll let you go." Hua Xiong said coldly, "Hee, do you think you have the right to do that? You're just a dog under someone else's command. Your words are no different than a dog barking." Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Then he turned to Yu Qilong and said, "You're just a piece of trash. Didn't you want my life? Why are you hiding behind someone else's back? Do you really think you can keep your life by doing this? General Hua, kill him. Kill him. Right now." Yu Qilong's mind was filled with fear. He thought after breaking through to the perfect 5th grade Divine Core realm, he would be able to suppress Ling Xiao with ease. He thought after learning a 5th grade Emperor realm martial skill, Ling Xiao would be no match for him. But the reality was much crueler than what he had imagined. Ling Xiao was no longer someone he could defeat. Therefore, he could only hope that Hua Xiong would kill Ling Xiao. Hand it over, or die. Hua Xiong coldly looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a ruthless expression. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. "It seems like you don't intend to let me leave today. Since that's the case, I'll make a big scene." The supreme blood sword in his hand was suddenly raised to the sky. A red circle emerged from the sword. It then quickly enveloped the entire execution platform. Everything within 1,000 meters of the execution platform was covered by a red halo. It just so happened to avoid those commoners. "General Hua, be careful. That's Ling Xiao's Fiend God seal." Yu Qilong shouted anxiously. General Hua had no idea what the God Devil seal was. He had only heard of the Blood Devil seal. The commoners didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. A fourth divine core warrior fighting a sixth divine core warrior. Is he serious? Looks like he's serious. Was this guy crazy? Shouldn't he be running away now? Even those commoners who sympathized with Ling Xiao didn't think Ling Xiao was Hua Xiong's match. Even if Ling Xiao could chop off Yu Qilong's head with a single slash, but compared to Yu Qilong, Hua Xiong was at least 100 times stronger. There was no way Ling Xiao could win. What a stubborn guy. Men, kill him for me. Hua Xiong didn't want to do it himself. He felt that it would be a loss of face. When an early 6th Divine Core warrior fought a 4th Divine Core warrior, it was no different than bullying a 4th Divine Core warrior. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. After all, he had many lieutenant generals serving him. All of them were at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divine Core realm. There were even some 5th Divine Core warriors. With so many of them working together, how could they not be able to capture Ling Xiao? Hearing Hua Xiong's order, the group of men immediately leapt towards Ling Xiao. None of them noticed the cruel killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. Just in time, a grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Since they didn't want to let him go, he had no choice but to kill them all. Bang! The red halo turned everything within its range blood red. The terrifying energy kept expanding. The group of men who were leaping towards Ling Xiao suddenly felt their qi and blood stagnate, and they couldn't continue attacking. They had to circulate their internal energy in order to prevent themselves from being injured. On top of the blood-red halo, strange runes emerged. On top of the blood sovereign sword, there were also blood-red runes glowing. The seal of Fiend God had been activated. Stop right now, or else you'll die today. Hua Xiong had noticed the strange halo as well. The runes were terrifying. He was finally not going to show any mercy. Within this red light, one could clearly feel the suffocating and terrifying murderous aura. It was as if the blood sovereign had come back to life. The commoners couldn't see what was happening, but the warriors within the red halo could clearly feel it. General Hua, don't wait any longer. Kill him now. This is the upgraded version of the Seal of Fiend God. It's even more terrifying than the Seal of Fiend God. If you let him release it, even you will be injured. In order to survive, Yu Qilong's expression changed. He shouted with all his might. What? The Seal of Fiend God is an upgraded version? Hearing this, even Gu Fenghua was stunned. The seal of the Blood Sovereign was very famous. This Ling Xiao had not only learned the Seal of Fiend God, but he had also upgraded it. This talent, he was really much stronger than him. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he had met Ling Xiao earlier. This way, he could destroy this sprouted organization as soon as possible. However, he still wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. He could easily defeat Yu Qilong. Could he even defeat the General Hua Xiong? He didn't believe it. Hua Xiong, kill him. Gu Fenghua gave the order as if she was ordering her subordinates to kill a chicken. It was very light. Yes. Hua Xiong gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly took out a warhammer and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Hua Xiong was an early 6th Divine Core warrior, and his speed was incredibly fast. But too bad. His speed was still nothing in front of Ling Xiao. As a general, you're pretty strong. But too bad. You're too slow. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiong with disdain. With a light step, he moved to the other side. Within the Seal of Fiend God, he could control everything. Together with the falling plum, clear shadow steps, he was simply unpredictable. Yu Qilong, farewell. Just stay in that boundless hell and continue your revenge. You'll never be able to take revenge anyway. Ling Xiao spat out these words. His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. Finally, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful martial skill, the Seal of Fiend God. At this moment, within the area surrounded by the red halo, blood-red sword qi suddenly erupted. It was like a swarm of locusts. No one was able to dodge it completely, unless they were strong enough to defend against it. Those weaker warriors were instantly pierced into a beehive, and even their inner cores were destroyed. Chapter 38:51. Those who were slightly stronger could only try their best to defend themselves, but the wounds on their bodies were still increasing. Most of the warriors only had their inner cores left. Their bodies had been completely destroyed. As for Yu Qilong, he was dead without a trace left behind. His head was chopped off, and his body was severely wounded. There was no way he could defend himself against this terrifying attack. Even the three great generals had no choice but to defend themselves when facing such a dense amount of sword energy. Their bodies were bleeding profusely. The only ones who could protect themselves were the Purple Mansion King Chenyu, Death Witch Qing Moshua, Heaven-slaying Blade Demon Gu Fenghua, and the principal of the Purple Mansion Academy. Only these few people were left. Ling Xiao suddenly saw something. Wasn't the pendant that the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy was wearing the favorite item of the Sanguine Thunder God when he entered the Purple Mansion Academy? He actually brought it here. Since I can't escape, I'll just have to give it a try. With that pendant, the Blood Thunder God will definitely become stronger. I might even be able to kill that Gu Fenghua. Looking at the pendant, Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Right at this moment, no one noticed Ling Xiao's gaze, because they were still in a state of shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had turned the entire execution ground into a living hell. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. Blood had gathered into a stream and was flowing on the ground. This seal of celestial and demon was too domineering. No wonder it was the skill used by the Blood Sword Lord. But this wasn't its full power. Only when a warrior reached the peak 6 divine core realm could he unleash the true power of the seal of celestial and demon. When Ling Xiao unleashed the same skill again, all those trapped in the red lights would be torn into pieces. This lasted for a full 30 seconds. Finally, the sword energy in the slaughterhouse disappeared. Hua Xiong looked around in shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had killed 10,000 great generals of the Purple Mansion Army. Almost all the captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals were dead. Even Hua Xiong and the other two great generals were injured. Even the Purple Mansion marshal wasn't spared. A piece of his ear was sliced off. 10,000 people. Corpses were everywhere. The execution ground had turned into purgatory. This made Hua Xiong's expression change again and again. Yu Qilong is trash. Hua Xiong is also trash. He actually allowed that kid to kill so many people. Qing Moshua was displeased. Senior brother, why don't you let me do it? I'll just kill that brat. Junior sister, you're still too impatient. There was no need for that. I really want to see who dares to work for our Dong Sheng strong country and not do their best. That Purple Mansion King, Chen Yu, might normally be submissive to us, but he's waiting for us to run out of luck. Therefore, even if he attacks, don't attack. That Ling Xiao won't be able to do anything. Don't worry. Although he could feel the threat that Ling Xiao posed, he was still very confident. However, Gu Fenghua did not think that Ling Xiao could escape. What Ling Xiao relied on the most was the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. He had already heard about this from Yu Qilong. Therefore, the moment Ling Xiao appeared at the execution ground, he had already ordered his subordinates to cover the entire Purple Mansion royal capital with the Vajra barrier. The Vajra barrier was a Dharma treasure, a spiritual, heavenly king artifact. Even the blood-sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand could not penetrate it. Therefore, it could be said that the Purple Mansion Royal City was a huge cage. Once Ling Xiao came, there was no way he could leave. No matter how hard he tried, the final outcome would not change. It's so boring to sit there and watch the show. Qing Moshua's personality was different from Gu Fenghua's. She preferred to be on the front line. Therefore, she did not listen to Gu Fenghua's advice and rushed out. Hua Xiong, you're a piece of trash. With you around, Yu Qilong was still killed. So many Purple Mansion army generals died in battle. How did you manage to become a general? As soon as Qing Moshua appeared, she scolded Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong was already so old. Being scolded like this made him feel aggrieved. However, he did not dare to blame Qing Moshua. He could only transfer all his anger to Ling Xiao. It's my fault. I misjudged this kid's ruthlessness. Kill him now. Hua Xiong hurriedly charged towards Ling Xiao. He did not dare to be negligent at all. He was afraid that Qing Moshua would vent her anger on him. To think that you're a general. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. He waved the blood-sovereign sword in his hand again. Godfiend Seal Batcave. In an instant, the entire execution ground turned pitch black. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Although the ultrasonic attack could not injure the bodies of the martial artists, it could injure the martial artists' souls. Even Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua were tricked. At that moment, their divine senses were not working. Chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly approached Hua Xiong. Plum blossom acupuncture hand. He pointed at Hua Xiong's acupuncture point from afar. At that moment, Hua Xiong suddenly stopped moving. He just stood there awkwardly. He could not even resist the ultrasonic attack. His soul was shaken to a great extent. However, Ling Xiao did not want to let him go just like that. He took the opportunity to pierce Hua Xiong's abdomen with his sword. He forcefully extracted Hua Xiong's inner core. Then, he used the Dongsheng Empress's inner core to devour it. The bat cave only lasted for about 30 seconds. It did not cause the terrifying scene of the slaughterhouse. However, when people recovered their divine senses and vision, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. He escaped? That's impossible. Gu Fenghua was also stunned. Previously, he had vowed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape. But now, Ling Xiao had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The Vajra barrier has not been destroyed. He must still be in the city. Search every nook and cranny, and find that bastard for me. Gu Fenghua was about to go crazy from anger. He thought that he had everything under control, but he had been fooled by a brat. He was about to explode. The commoners were all secretly impressed. Good heavens, this Ling Xiao was too strong. He had played so many experts in the palm of his hand. He was too awesome. Although many people were happy, they did not dare to say it out loud. They did not dare to show it on their faces. After all, Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua were both cruel people. They might even kill them. Senior brother, something's not right. It's only been 30 seconds. Where can he hide? Qing Moshua frowned. That brat has a terrifying escape technique. He can move 10 miles in an instant. 30 seconds is enough for him to hide in many places in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Gu Fenghua sighed. Senior brother, you don't have to worry too much. That brat can't break through the Vajra barrier, so tens of millions of Purple Mansion army soldiers are searching together. I believe it won't be long before they find him. Qing Moshua comforted him. Gu Fenghua thought so too. Everyone thought so. However, after searching for a while, they obtained a shocking result. Ling Xiao is missing. Chapter 38, 52. Impossible. He must still be in the capital. If we can't find him, none of us will be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Gu Fenghua furrowed her brows tightly. He just disappeared. This was simply impossible. How could a living man just disappear without a trace? Young master, why don't we let the students of the Zifu Academy help us search for him as well? Perhaps that guy is skilled in some sort of concealing skill, and he can even completely hide his aura among the students of the Zifu Academy. There are some who are skilled in secret skills. We should be able to find him. The Zifu Academy's principal suddenly stood up and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Gu Fenghua nodded her head. After that, the principal turned around and walked towards the Zifu Academy. Amongst the crowd, Hua Xiong's eyes flickered with a cold light, but he quickly covered it up. "Hua Xiong, Pan Feng, Yan Liang, you three follow him." Gu Fenghua suddenly thought of something. Then she ordered the three generals to go to the Zifu Academy together. A smile emerged on Hua Xiong's face, but it only lasted for a brief moment. The three men caught up with the principal and arrived at the Zifu Academy together. Seriously, this young master is too much. The principal is a peak 6 divine core warrior. Why does he need our protection? Yan Liang said unhappily. What do you know? Is this called protection? This is called surveillance. Pan Feng said with disdain. This young master, no one can be at ease with him. That's enough. Don't talk bad about the young master behind his back. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Hua Xiong reminded. You're right. Pan Feng turned to Yan Liang and Hua Xiong and said, why don't the three of us go have a drink? We can just stay in the academy and drink. I don't think we'll cause any trouble. Just because of Ling Xiao, we can't even rest, right? 3 of us won't do. Let's leave one of us behind, just in case something happens. Hua Xiong thought for a moment and said, then why don't you leave him behind? Pan Feng said with a smile. Damn it, you two only know how to torture me. Fine, fine. You two go first, I'll take over later. Hua Xiong said helplessly. Then we'll have to trouble brother Hua. Pan Feng and Yan Liang laughed mischievously, and the 2 of them found a place within the Purple Mansion Academy to drink with each other. And 2 idiots. Hua Xiong sneered and immediately chased after the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy. Dean, what's that you're wearing? It looks quite extraordinary. Hua Xiong asked with a smile. Well, I don't know how to explain it. I thought it was pretty, so I put it on. If Brother Hua likes it, I'll give it to you. The dean of the Purple Mansion Academy directly took out the item that Ling Xiao yearned for in his dreams and handed it over to Hua Xiong. I don't dare to take it. I'll just take a look. Hua Xiong took the pendant. Suddenly, blood-red lightning appeared in his right hand and merged with the pendant. At that moment, Gu Fenghua, who was far away at the execution ground, sensed Ling Xiao's aura. He is indeed in the Purple Mansion Academy. Quickly chase after him. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. In the midst of the chaos, he killed Hua Xiong and then destroyed the corpse, turning himself into Hua Xiong. It was all for the sake of obtaining the item on the Zifu Academy's dean's neck. However, he did not expect to expose himself at this moment. By the time he wanted to escape, Gu Fenghua, Qing Moshue, and Chen Yu had already arrived. The 3 of them were really fast. Gu Fenghua didn't say anything, and Chen Yu didn't do anything either. Only Qing Moshue was furious. She immediately threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The terrifying palm strike was extremely fast, and it had a high hit rate as well. Ling Xiao was knocked flying away. He fell heavily onto the ground. Good kid, you're pretty strong. You can even change your appearance. We were nearly fooled by you. If you weren't so greedy and wanted something from the Purple Mansion Academy, we wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Qing Moshue was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao had played all of them for a fool. Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, didn't show any reaction. "Don't tell me he's dead?" Pan Feng couldn't help but ask. "I think he's pretty much dead. Young Master Qing Moshue is a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. That Ling Xiao is only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. There's no way he can defend against her attack." Yan Liang whispered as well. Qing Moshue agreed with what Pan Feng said. Therefore, she didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she turned to Pan Feng and Yan Liang and scolded, "You two trash! This guy killed Hua Xiong and disguised himself as your friend. Why can't you recognize him? Now I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Chop this guy into pieces and feed him to the dogs." He was just a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured by her palm strike. The power of her palm strike was enough to kill a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior. Therefore, she didn't want to do it herself. Instead, she asked the 2 derelict generals to do it. Right now, more and more people were following them. When they saw Hua Xiong slowly turning back into Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but sigh. This guy was too strong, but in the end, he was destroyed by his greed. Perhaps he had no chance of surviving this time. He was dead for sure. Pan Feng and Yan Liang's expressions were dark. They were unhappy with Qing Moshue's scolding, but they hated Ling Xiao even more for deceiving them. If news of this were to spread out, they would no longer have the face to stay in the Purple Kingdom. The only thing they could do now was to kill Ling Xiao. With this, they might be able to regain their lost face. With this thought in mind, both men looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They couldn't let this guy be so arrogant anymore. They had to defend the dignity of the Purple Kingdom Army, defend the dignity of the generals. "Kid, don't blame us even if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." Yan Liang sneered. Both men's attacks were approaching Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could only accept his fate of being killed. After being attacked by Qing Moshue, there was no way he wouldn't be severely injured. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked. A killing intent could be seen in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly exploded. The sharp sword beam was only a foot away from Yan Liang's back. Even though Yan Liang was extremely strong, the distance was too close. With Ling Xiao's sudden attack, it was impossible for him to avoid it. Bloodlight clone slash. Kill. Yan Liang used all his strength to attack, and didn't realize that Ling Xiao could still attack. In terms of defense, he purely relied on his physical body and quintessential essence to protect himself. But this couldn't block the sharpness of the Blood Sovereign sword. In just an instant, the fate of this general was decided. The 3 bloodlight clone slashes all passed through Yan Liang's body. Yan Liang's pupils constricted. Then he fell to the ground with a clang. He was completely dead. Of the 3 sword beams, one pierced his throat, one pierced his heart. The last one pierced his inner core. He didn't even have a chance to live. Chapter 38:53. A perfect attack. This was the benefit of the Tai Chi eye. It allowed him to plan his plan so precisely that it was flawless. Every step had been carefully calculated. Even if Yan Liang's strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was meaningless. Damn it, he had to die. Besides, he was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior. If it was the Purple Palace Marshal or the Purple Palace King, Ling Xiao's sneak attack wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, he would only be able to injure them. Impossible. He was hit by Shui Er's palm strike, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. How strong is this guy's body? Gu Fenghua was getting more and more shocked by Ling Xiao. This man's intelligence and talent were both top-notch. If this man was allowed to live, how would the others survive? He had to be killed. He had to be killed without mercy. However, after Ling Xiao killed Yan Liang, he didn't stop. He immediately fled with the falling plum clear shadow steps. What he needed to do now was to find a place and solve the problem of the blood thunder god. Once he obtained the treasure and absorbed it, he might be able to break through to the next realm. Once he reached the fifth divine core realm, the chances of him escaping from the capital would increase tremendously. Even Gu Fenghua might not be able to stop him. This was the reason why he risked being discovered to obtain the pendant. The Blood Thunder God was a very powerful trump card. You bunch of idiots, you want my treasure? Sure, come and give it a try. I'll give you an unforgettable memory. Oh right, once a man dies, he won't have any memories. Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded out from afar. The killing intent in his voice made Gu Fenghua and Qing Moxue feel a chill down their spines. This man was too scary. They couldn't let him live. Both of them had the same thought. Chase after him. Gu Fenghua ordered. He didn't chase after Ling Xiao immediately because he didn't know what other tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Therefore, he was just observing. If he knew that the pendant in Ling Xiao's hand could make Ling Xiao's strength skyrocket, he probably wouldn't think that way. Qing Moxue, the Purple Mansion King Chenyu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, and Great General Pan Feng all chased after him. Shue, or come back! Gu Fenghua shouted. Qing Moxue stopped in her tracks. Senior brother, I want to kill that guy. Qing Moxue shouted. I told you to come back. Gu Fenghua's face suddenly darkened. Although Qing Moxue was known as the Death, which she did not dare act rashly in front of Gu Fenghua. Especially when Gu Fenghua was angry, she could only land and lower her head without saying a word. Gu Fenghua's attitude suddenly became amiable, and she said, All right, you listen up. Blindly pursuing is completely meaningless. Why don't we wait and see? If those pieces of trash can't catch up, we can intercept them from different directions. The effect will be better. Actually, I really wanted to know what other trump cards Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Don't take unnecessary risks. Senior brother, are you saying that the kid still has some terrifying trump cards that can seriously injure or even kill me? Qing Moxue said in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I believe that my instincts can't be wrong. This kid is full of tricks and can't be underestimated. Don't forget that his transformation technique almost fooled all of us just now. Gu Fenghua's brain was still functional. To be honest, if he forced Ling Xiao into a corner, Ling Xiao would really use something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Gu Fenghua's approach was to let the others the cannon fodder, force Ling Xiao to use his trump cards. That way, he would have a better idea of what to do. But how can that kid be so fast? Even the Purple Mansion King Chenyu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean are only on par with him. That's too perverted. Qing Moxue's divine perception captured Ling Xiao and the others. She could not help but exclaim, If I'm not wrong, he should be using the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. Not only did he obtain the Windfire Wheels of the Thief God, but he also obtained the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. That's a 6-tier Emperor-class movement technique. In addition, that kid is already fast. Chenyu and the dean are about as fast as him. Gu Fenghua's eyes flashed with greed. He had only wanted to obtain the East Victory Heaven Sword and the Primordial Martial Technique. However, from the looks of it, the treasures on Ling Xiao were far more numerous and better than he had imagined. Whether it was the Windfire Wheels, the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, or the powerful Plum Blossom Acupoint Strike, they were all fatally attractive to him. At this moment, the Purple Mansion King Chenyu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean were very depressed. They were clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but they could not catch up to him. Ling Xiao obviously did not want to fight. He only cared about escaping and did not know what to do. They could not catch up to him. At most, their speed was equal, so it was completely meaningless. They could only keep running and hope that Ling Xiao's quintessential essence would be exhausted first. After escaping for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped using the falling plum clear shadow steps. Instead, he used the windfire wheels to escape. The speed of the windfire wheels was about the same as the falling plum clear shadow steps, but it was more energy efficient and could be used for other things. He did this because he wanted to figure out what was going on with the pendant while he was escaping. At this distance, even if Gu Fenghua personally chased after him, she would not be able to catch up in a short time. If it really did not work, he could still use the vertical golden light technique. What is this kid trying to do? The few people chasing behind him were stunned. He wants to tire us to death. The windfire wheels consume very little quintessential essence, but its speed is not inferior to the falling plum clear shadow steps. If this continues, we will be the first to use up our quintessential essence. The Purple Mansion Academy's dean frowned. This old guy had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He had a belly full of anger in his heart. He swore that after catching up to Ling Xiao, he would definitely tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Everyone, don't hide anything. Use your pills, talismans, puppets, whatever you can use. This may take a long time to kill. The Purple Mansion King Chen, you said. At the same time, he pasted a talisman on his body. It was called the Divine Travel Talisman. It could increase one's speed and reduce the consumption of quintessential essence. The others all used their divine abilities. Anyway, their speed had increased, and their quintessential essence consumption had decreased. Chunyu, who was charging at the front, blasted out his palm in an attempt to knock Ling Xiao down from the sky. However, the defense formed by the three energies of wind, fire, and lightning instantly blocked his attack. Not only that, at that moment, Chunyu actually felt a wave of dizziness. The windfire wheels really live up to its name. We can't attack it easily. Otherwise, we will be the ones to be hit. Chunyu hurriedly shouted. He could feel a slight wave of dizziness. If the Purple Mansion Marshal or General Pan Feng attacked, the effect would be even more obvious. Once he fainted, it would be terrible. Chapter 38:54. The chase lasted for half an hour. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth finally curled into a cold smile. The pendant in his hand disappeared. He suddenly stopped. Chunyu and the others were dumbfounded. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. He then looked at Gu Fenghua and Qing Moxue, who were slowly approaching from afar. Qing Moxue, you're known as the Death Witch. You've massacred millions of people in Purple Spirit Capital. You must be very strong. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? There was a reason why he chose Qing Moxue over the others. Because Qing Moxue was an impulsive woman, and she wasn't very smart. To put it bluntly, she was stupid. Plus, she was extremely arrogant. You want to fight me one-on-one? I didn't hear about it, did I? Qing Moxue chuckled. Are you tired of living? You don't have the guts? Ling Xiao mocked. You're willing to fight for Qing Moxue, who is ranked 10th in Dongsheng's combat strength ranking. So, you're just a coward. Trash. Gu Fenghua, why don't you fight me? That woman is trash anyway. You. How dare you call me a coward? I'll kill you. Qing Moxue thought Ling Xiao's words were a joke. But what she couldn't stand the most was being called a coward. Also, Ling Xiao wanted to fight Gu Fenghua. He called her trash. If she didn't kill him, she would definitely kill him. If that happened, she would be laughed at when she returned to Dongsheng's superpower. Shua, don't be impulsive. He's trying to provoke you. I don't know what he's trying to do. Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, But senior brother, he called me trash. Qing Moshue said agitatedly. That's right, you're trash. So what if I'm provoking you? I'm just a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. That's all. Do you think you're afraid of me? Hee, not only are you a coward trash, I think that Gu Fenghua is the same. Both of you are a coward. Ling Zhao's words had touched Qing Moshue's reverse scale. Her reverse scale was Gu Fenghua. Although she was furious when others scolded her, she could still endure it. But if anyone wanted to scold Gu Fenghua, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. Senior brother, don't stop me. I must kill him today. All of you, stand aside. Qing Moshue soared into the sky and faced off against Ling Zhao. Gu Fenghua did not stop him this time. Ling Zhao had indeed gone too far. He thought about it. Even if Ling Zhao had some sort of trump card, it would not be enough to kill Qing Moshue. Qing Moshue was a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. If he continued to obstruct her, it would probably affect Qing Moshue's martial will, and she wouldn't be as determined to improve in the future. In the distance, many martial artists were watching the show. Their hearing was very good, so they could hear what Ling Zhao was saying. Even if a peak 4th Divine Core warrior was able to kill a general, he would only be able to do so with a sneak attack. After running for half an hour, he actually had to fight a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. Had he decided to give up on himself? No one believed that Ling Zhao was Qing Moshue's match. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too big. Although they were the same age, Qing Moshue was from the Dongsheng Kingdom. She had much better resources and cultivation conditions than Ling Zhao. No matter how talented Ling Zhao was, before he grew up, he would never be Qing Moshue's match. That guy is too impulsive. Someone secretly shook his head. Yeah, give him 1 or 2 more years, and he'll be able to kill Qing Moshue with ease. But facing Qing Moshue now is just courting death. No one believed that Ling Zhao could win. This was simply an impossible matter. Even Zi Qianya was getting anxious. Ling Zhao, don't go crazy. You're so fast, you should think of a way to escape. Qing Moshue is not someone you can fight against. Even with the Blood Sovereign armor on my ship, I might not be her match. Let alone you. Zi Qianya cried out in shock in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Sister Qianya, just sit back and watch the show. If I don't go crazy, I'll go crazy and die. This is the only path I can take. But don't worry, I won't die. Even if I lose, I won't die. Ling Zhao had too many life-saving abilities. There was no need to worry about him. Listen to senior disciple. Don't underestimate him. I think this guy is only 18 years old. Reaching the peak 4th Divine Core realm at such a young age is already shocking enough. But he's still able to kill an early 6th Divine Core warrior. I've never heard of such a thing, even in the entire Dongsheng Kingdom. No, not only in the Dongsheng Kingdom. I don't think there's such a terrifying genius in the entire 4 regions. Most importantly, he has too many tricks up his sleeves. It's impossible to guard against him. Don't underestimate him. Gu Fenghua was worried that Qing Moshue would underestimate her opponent. Therefore, she flew up into the sky and whispered, Senior disciple, please stop joking. With his cultivation base, if he can't even defeat me, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. That's just too embarrassing. Qing Moshue said, with disdain. Shut up. You're too arrogant right now. Be careful, you might fail miserably. Gu Fenghua was not satisfied with Qing Moshue's attitude. This was a battle of life and death. Qing Moshue was courting death by being so careless. Senior disciple. Qing Moshue was startled. Listen to me. If you don't think you can handle him, just step back. I'll deal with him myself. Gu Fenghua said coldly. No way, senior disciple. Who does he think he is? Senior disciple, you're overestimating this guy. He's not qualified to fight with you." Qing Moshue was surprised. Ever since Gu Fenghua arrived, she hadn't fought. Zi Qianye had surrendered on his own accord. He didn't fight. As for the rest, they were all killed by Qing Moshue. Gu Fenghua was ranked 7th on the Dong Sheng combat strength list. There were only 4 superpowers in the entire Golden Heavenly region. The Dong Sheng Kingdom was the scariest of the 4 superpowers. Under the Dong Sheng Kingdom, there were 300 kingdoms similar to the Purple Kingdom. In fact, the population of the Dong Sheng Kingdom had reached more than 10 billion people, and Gu Fenghua was one of the 7 most outstanding people among the 10 billion people. Who was Ling Xiao to deserve Gu Fenghua's attention? Qing Moshue was actually a little jealous. Being jealous of a man was really something. Not only did she not take Ling Xiao seriously, but she also looked down on him even more. She wanted to prove to Gu Fenghua that in front of her, Ling Xiao was simply a trilobite that she could not care less about. She could kill him with a slap. She took a deep breath and gradually approached Ling Xiao. She wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in agony. Martial soul barrier. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier, triple dragon trapping talisman. Then, Ling Xiao released the triple dragon trapping talisman. This was for the sake of time. Since Qing Moshue had taken the bait, this top-notch sparring partner had to accompany him to death. He couldn't let Gu Fenghua save him. Even Gu Fenghua would find it very difficult to break the triple dragon trapping talisman, not to mention breaking the martial soul barrier. Chapter 38:55. What are you doing? Qing Moshue couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid you'll run away. Ling Xiao also laughed. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Run away. Run away from a little thing like you? What a joke. Qing Moshue was amused by Ling Xiao's words. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius? To be honest, you can only be considered a genius in the Purple Kingdom. Reaching the perfect 4th-tier Divine Core realm at the age of 18 isn't even considered a genius in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. True geniuses are like me and my senior brother. Qing Moshue laughed. You guys are considered geniuses? What a joke, if I'm not wrong. 1 year in the 4 great domains is equivalent to 2 years in the Western domain. In other words, you might be 16 years old, but in the Western domain, you've been cultivating for 32 years. Gu Fenghua is 19 years old, which is equivalent to 38 years old. I don't think you can be considered a genius for reaching such a cultivation base at such a young age. You're just a piece of trash. Ling Xiao hadn't known about this when he had first arrived in the 4 great domains. However, after a period of research, he had finally discovered it. The time in the 4 great domains was twice as long as in the Western domain. In other words, time was more durable here. It was just that he couldn't feel it after getting used to it. Later on, he had confirmed it with a Yuan Venerate. This explained why the cultivators in the 4 great domains had much higher cultivation bases than in the Western domain. The laws in the 4 great domains were different from those in the Western domain. Not only were items more sturdy, but time was also more durable. You, Qing Moshue, really wanted to accept Ling Xiao's humiliation. She was clearly an innocent 16-year-old girl, but in Ling Xiao's words, she had become a 32-year-old Annie. How could she accept this? This was even more depressing than saying her strength was trash. However, there was one thing she had to admit. She really wasn't considered a genius. The 4 great domains were extremely vast. The Golden Sky domain alone had tens of billions of people. She was only ranked 10th in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. In the entire Golden Sky domain, she was really nothing. As for the strongest Eternal Emperor region, they had even more geniuses. There was also the frightening desolate beast region. Many beasts were born with divine core warriors. There was no comparison at all. There were also countless geniuses in the deep-sea dragon field. Not to mention that there were other planes of different sizes in addition to the 4 major regions. The most terrifying one was, of course, the 9-star celestial realm, which was as famous as the 4 major realms. Similarly, there were countless top geniuses. In the end, not only was Qing Moshua insignificant, but even Gu Fenghua was insignificant. Even so, Qing Moshua could not tolerate Ling Zhao's humiliation. No matter what in the Dongsheng Strong country, she was definitely a genius. Brat, you sure know how to talk. However, fighting depended on one's means, not one's mouth. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. I won't bully you. Qing Moshua tried her best to show that she was stronger than Ling Zhao. She wanted Gu Fenghua to see how powerful she was. Ling Zhao smiled and said, "No need, I'll give you 10 moves." When the crowd heard this, they were stunned. This person did not seem to have a problem with his brain. Giving Qing Moshua 10 moves? He was really giving up on himself. Of course, they did not understand Ling Zhao's thoughts. Ling Zhao's goal was to let Qing Moshua attack him. As long as he did not die, he could recover. Then he would break through. There was a reason why he chose Qing Moshua. Qing Moshua was arrogant and impulsive. She would definitely look down on him at the beginning and would not use her full strength. Then he would not die. If it was someone else, he would probably have to use life reversal. I'm really interested. How will this Ling Zhao defeat Qing Moshua? Defeat? I think it'll be good, as long as he can survive 1 move from Qing Moshua. Everyone's evaluation of Ling Zhao was only 8 words: brave and fierce, but weak. No one thought he could survive, let alone win. Qing Moshua was annoyed. Listening to Ling Zhao's arrogant words, she felt like a fool who had been played. Forget it. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, she suddenly struck out with her palm. This attack was 10 times more terrifying than the one she had used at the Purple Mansion Academy. The palm wind arrived in front of Ling Zhao in an instant. Ling Zhao did not dodge. This palm landed squarely on Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao was sent flying. Several of his ribs were broken. Blood spurted out. First move, Ling Zhao got up from the ground and revealed a sinister smile. He casually stuffed a few pills into his mouth. In terms of healing pills, he had more and better than anyone else. For the time being, he did not need to use life reversal or rising from the ashes. He really dares to let Qing Moshua win, and he didn't die from that palm strike. Everyone's mouths were so wide open that they could throw a goose egg in. It was too shocking. This guy had really gone too far with his bragging. Very good. This woman is indeed a peak 6 divine core warrior. She's really strong. Ling Zhao could feel the blood-red lightning roaring in his body. His potential was crazily flowing into his cultivation. Finally, at some point in time, he broke through. He had broken through to the 5th divine core realm. His combat strength had increased by 100 times. However, he had suppressed the aura of his breakthrough, so Qing Moshua wouldn't notice his intention. Qing Moshua, are you trying to scratch my itch? Is your attack so trashy? Ling Zhao said with a mocking tone. Damn it! Qing Moshua was really surprised. Although she had only used an ordinary attack, her attack was so powerful that even an early 6th divine core warrior would die from it. What was wrong with Ling Zhao? How strong was his body? Why was it so abnormal? This time, let's see if you can survive. Qing Moshua decided to use a martial skill. Fist of Death. Her fist was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. After that, she violently punched out. The power of this attack was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary palm strike she had used before. Bang! The black smoke enveloped Ling Xiao. This time, that guy is dead for sure. Of course. Who asked him to be so strong? Damn it. However, before she could finish her sentence, the black smoke disappeared. It was swallowed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The energy in my cultivation has increased by 50%. My black tortoise divine physique has also increased to the mid-6th order emperor realm. This woman's attack is really effective. His performance this time was much better than the last time. He only lost a little blood, and he didn't even consume any healing pills. After all, his combat strength had increased by 100 times, while Qing Moshua's attack had only increased by a few dozen times. It was very difficult for her to cause such obvious injuries to him. The second attack. Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful smile. Woman, were you pinned to the bed by that guy Gu Fenghua yesterday? Why do I feel like my limbs are weak? That's all. And you still say you're not trashy? Who would believe you? Chapter 38:56. Qing Moshue was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. She started attacking Ling Xiao crazily. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to recover, and each attack was stronger than the last. Third attack. Boom. Ling Xiao's cultivation base broke through again. Mid-5th level divine core realm. The energy in his body increased by 10 times. Fourth attack. Fifth attack. Sixth attack. Seventh attack. Eighth attack. Boom. His cultivation broke through again. Late 5th level divine core realm. His strength increased by 10 times. Suddenly, Qing Moshue stopped attacking. That was because Ling Xiao had already fallen to the ground like a pile of mud. Even his body was no longer complete. Qing Moshue's attacks weren't useless. They were extremely powerful. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was basically on the verge of exhaling. No more breathing. So this is what you get for giving me a 10 attack advantage. I haven't even used 10 attacks, and you're already dead. Qing Moshue had finally vented her anger. His heart finally felt a little better, but something didn't feel right. Ling Xiao didn't counterattack during the 8 attacks. He only defended himself. In other words, he was letting her win. This made her feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Do you really think you can kill me? Don't you have 2 more attacks? Why don't you use them together? Ling Xiao couldn't even speak clearly, and it looked like he was using a lot of effort. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Moshue wouldn't show any mercy. Not only did she want to destroy Ling Xiao's body, she also wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's inner core. Boom. Her martial soul appeared behind her. It was a terrifying witch. Black robe, sharp nails, an ugly face. The appearance of the witch martial soul caused everyone's heart to tighten except for Gu Fenghua. Back then, Qing Moshue had used this witch martial soul to turn millions of people in Purple Spirit City into zombies. Today, she had used this martial soul once again. There's no need for that, right? That Ling Xiao is about to die. The Purple Mansion King Chun, you frowned and said, "There's nothing wrong with eliminating the source of trouble." The Violet Mansion Marshal said. However, is that Ling Xiao really that scary? If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Qing Moshue's attack. That brat has already withstood 8 moves and is still alive. General Pan Feng was dumbstruck. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the hatred he had for Ling Xiao killing his companions. He was frightened by Ling Xiao's tenacity and perseverance. That's right. It's a pity for this kid. If he hadn't gotten something he shouldn't have, he wouldn't have gotten it. He will definitely become the pride of our purple kingdom. Qingyu also sighed. Even though they were enemies, Ling Xiao was someone he truly admired. Meanwhile, Qing Moshue's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao. The ninth move. Ling Xiao's body was almost completely shattered. Even his inner core and heart were exposed. Both of them were the key to a human's body. This move will completely destroy your inner core and kill you forever. Qing Moshue's final attack had used nearly 80% of her strength. To be honest, she felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill. She had used 80% of her strength to deal with a peak 4th rank Divine Core warrior, and she had even unleashed her martial soul. She couldn't let anyone know about this battle. If not, it would be too embarrassing for her. Suddenly, she had a terrifying thought. That was to turn all the commoners and Purple Mansion soldiers who had witnessed the battle into zombies. Even the Purple Mansion King and Marshall wouldn't be spared. While she was having this crazy thought, finally, she had used 80% of her strength to unleash the final attack. Many spectators couldn't bear to see such a scene, so they closed their eyes. But then they heard a strange scream. It was a woman's scream. These people opened their eyes in confusion. Then they saw Qing Moshue sitting on the ground with a pale face. Blood was dripping down from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Ling Xiao in fear. 10 moves. It's my turn now. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. Suddenly, a ball of flame burst out. Within the ball of flame, a human figure appeared. Everyone stared at him in surprise. After a brief moment, the ball of flame was extinguished. Ling Xiao appeared. He was perfectly fine, but his aura was much stronger than before. He wasn't going to hide his aura anymore. It was too tiring, and he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength. Peak 5th, rank Divine Core warrior. How is this possible? Gu Fenghua said in shock. Heavens, I thought he was a peak 4th rank Divine Core warrior. How did he reach the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm in such a short period of time? What kind of despicable joke is this? Qing Moshue was dumbfounded as well. She had worked so hard to defeat Ling Xiao, and only his heart and inner core were left. But in the blink of an eye, not only had Ling Xiao stood up, he had even broken through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. She felt like she was in a dream. She felt like she was in a nightmare. Everyone else also fell into a state of incomparable confusion. No one could figure out how Ling Xiao had done it. They didn't even know if they were dreaming or if it was real. You shouldn't have attacked my knight at the very last moment. You're injured, right? And your injuries aren't light, right? I'll give you a chance to recover. I don't want you to say it's unfair when I kill you later. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Moshue with an indifferent expression. Qing Moshue's last attack had landed on the 2 divine cores in his body. A lot of energy gushed out from the divine cores. The energy knocked Qing Moshue away. At the same time, it allowed him to break through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. At this stage, he didn't even need the Sky Tyrant martial soul to kill Qing Moshue. Finally, he didn't need to be tortured by this woman anymore. Now, it was his turn to torture her. You'll regret this. Qing Moshue coldly harumphed. Then she took out a pill and swallowed it. It took her an hour to fully recover. Kid, the stupidest thing you've done today was asking me to heal myself. If you had taken advantage of my injuries, you might have been able to win. But now you have no chance. No chance at all. Qing Moshue could feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, she wasn't going to hold back. She was going to use everything she had to deal with Ling Xiao. Heavenly flame, rotting flame, body witch's physique, weapon, fine heavenly king weapon, These were all her trump cards, her most powerful trump cards. Kill. Qing Moshue didn't say anything. With a flash, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Curse of death. A huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a blood-red eye. The eye moved along with Qing Moshue. Qing Moshue waved her staff in a strange manner. A strange red light shot out from the giant blood-red eye. The red light contained a terrifying curse intent. It had merged with her martial soul. She launched an all-out attack on Ling Xiao. When the huge eye appeared, the entire sky seemed to have turned blood red. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Moshue calmly and said, "You're too slow." Chapter 38:57. Ling Xiao lightly stomped his foot, falling plum-clear shadow steps. Beautiful plum blossoms fell from the sky. He dodged Qing Moshue's attack like he was taking a stroll in the park and appeared behind her. Right now, Ling Xiao's body was glowing with a golden light. That was the color a golden core warrior should have. Therefore, the crowd could finally confirm that they weren't dreaming. They were witnessing Ling Xiao breaking through from the perfect fourth heavenly core realm to the perfect fifth heavenly core realm. He held the blood sovereign sword in his hand. A cold killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was even more terrifying than the blood sovereigns. Qing Moshue could feel her body trembling as if there was a thorn in her back. It was as if she wasn't fighting a human, but a god. Looks like senior brother was right. This guy is really strange. I can sense the aura of the beast god from his body. Could it be that he was also one of the legendary beast god martial artists, and the beast god's divine position isn't low? At this moment, Qing Moshue finally understood. Gu Fenghua's judgment of Ling Xiao was correct. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than they had imagined. His body was almost destroyed, but he was still able to come back to life. This in itself was an impossible matter, but Ling Xiao did it, and now Ling Xiao made her feel the terrifying killing intent of the beast god. She could not believe it, but Qing Moshue still believed that her strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's potential hadn't been fully unleashed, so there was no way he was stronger than her. We've already exchanged 10 moves, so don't think that you won't be injured. Bloodlight clone / After dodging Qing Moshue's attack, Ling Xiao immediately swung the Blood Sovereign Sword and unleashed a powerful Fifth Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Qing Moshue quickly activated the huge blood-red eye and unleashed a bright light to defend herself. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. It was a draw. How is this possible? Even if I reacted hastily, my death curse is a Sixth Order Emperor level martial skill. His martial skill is merely at Fifth Order Emperor realm, yet he managed to fight me to a draw. How can this guy be so terrifying? The more Qing Moshue killed, the more shocked she became. He was shocked, and the spectators were shocked and incredulous. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had forgotten to breathe. All of their attention was focused on this battle. This scene made people feel that it was very strange. It was an incredible battle. Double curse. Qing Moshue refused to give up and unleashed 2 death curses at the same time. The accumulated power had almost reached the offensive power of a mid-6th level Emperor grade martial skill. Is your attack only at this level? What a pity! Blood Devil Seal. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, using the most ordinary Blood Devil Seal. However, it was still a high-grade 5th level Emperor class martial skill. A blood-red sword mark actually broke through the 2 rays of curse light. It pierced Qing Moshue's body. Qing Moshue cried out in surprise. She was injured again. Although the injury wasn't serious this time, It was too embarrassing. How despicable. Witch's body. Qing Ma Xue was originally unwilling to use the witch's body. It was too ugly. For a beauty like her, she was unwilling to use such a transformation, especially in front of Gu Fenghua. However, the problem was that if she didn't use it, she might really lose to Ling Xiao. She couldn't accept such an outcome. Gradually, her entire body began to change. Her entire being became as ugly as her martial soul. However, everyone could feel it. Her strength was rapidly increasing. Ling Xiao, you're really powerful. You force me to use the witch's body. Even if you die, you should be satisfied. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred and murderous intent. Boom! A terrifying aura of death erupted in the entire martial soul barrier. A huge and strange black skull appeared on Qing Ma Xue's magic staff. The skull burned with an intense, rotting flame. The rotting flame was an unusual flame that could corrode everything it touched. It would then destroy everything. The skull slowly floated up into the air, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Even those who weren't fighting could feel the threat of death. Their faces darkened. I didn't expect Xue to use the witch's body in order to kill Ling Xiao. The rotting flame unleashed by the witch's body is so powerful that even I can feel threatened by it. As for martial artists of the same cultivation level, they were even more invincible. With this attack, that Ling Xiao won't have a chance to survive. Gu Fenghua murmured to himself. However, even he wasn't sure about it. Ling Xiao's ability was too surprising. Every single time, it would bring a huge shock to everyone. Looking at the skull burning with the rotting flame in the air, Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as ever. He had said it before. The torture had ended. He had risked his body being completely destroyed and raised his cultivation level to the perfect fifth heavenly core realm. He wasn't going to continue being beaten. Right now, he had the absolute strength to fight Qing Ma Xue. Of course, he had to admit it. Qing Ma Xue's attack was indeed powerful. Aside from the Fiend Celestial Seal, he couldn't think of any other attack that could defend against it. Perhaps even the Firestorm Wheels couldn't defend against such a terrifying attack. Therefore, he decided not to waste it. He didn't want the Firestorm Wheels to be destroyed. Qing Ma Xue, you and I don't know each other. There's no grudge between us. But not only did you kill millions of my people, you even used despicable means to kill my friends, Zi Qianye and Zi Long. And now you want to kill me. Today, I don't care who you are. I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao's voice was unhurried. He could feel that his opponent's attack was still condensing, and it wasn't time to unleash it yet. You're different from me. You fight purely for the sake of killing. As for me, I fight to protect what I want to protect. Our beliefs are completely different. Therefore, you're going to lose today. Lose? Qing Ma Xue, will never lose. At least, I won't lose to you. You can go to hell now. Boom. Finally, the terrifying skull finished condensing. The rotting flame enveloped it, making it look like a small sun occupied by the rotting flame. The rotting sun blasted toward Ling Xiao. Powerful. Terrifying. It was filled with a sinister aura, especially the skull's open mouth. It contained the most terrifying energy of the rotting sun. The heavenly fire's suppression even penetrated the martial soul barrier and made the people outside feel it. Qing Ma Xue is so powerful. I'm really no match for her. Under such a terrifying attack, this king can only die. Qianye was shocked. He didn't care about Qing Ma Xue at first. That was because Qing Ma Xue had the same cultivation level as him. He was afraid of Qing Ma Xue purely because of Gu Fenghua. If not for Gu Fenghua, he would have killed Qing Ma Xue long ago. However, at this moment, he realized that even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Qing Ma Xue. She was ranked 10th, on the Dongsheng combat strength list. She lived up to her name. Chapter 3858. A gift from the death, which Qing Mashua's ear-piercing scream could be heard. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt like everything around him had disappeared. In his eyes, there was only the green rotting flame and the terrifying laughter. He was like a lone traveler in a desert. A green sun was falling down from the sky towards him. Once it landed, his entire body would be completely destroyed. She's really strong. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Qing Mashua's attack was much stronger than Ziqinya's. Even with the blood sovereign armor, Ziqinya was still no match for Qing Mashua. This girl was indeed a genius from the Dongsheng Great Kingdom, ranked 10th on the Dongsheng combat strength list. But even so what? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. If Qing Mashua had used this attack earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to fight until now. He might just run away like a wisp of smoke. But now, he was a perfect 5th level Divine Core warrior. Why would he care about Qing Mashua's attack? Which, today, you will meet your end. Ling Xiao looked at the falling green sun with pride. He knew Qing Mashua could hear him. The sun god's blood in his body was awakening under such terrifying pressure. Previously, it was only 1 out of 1,000. But right now, the sun god's bloodline had skyrocketed after such a long time of accumulation. Finally, Ling Xiao had reaped the fruits of his labor. The sun god's blood had reached 1 out of 100. It was a 10-fold increase. The 10-fold increase in the sun god's blood had brought Ling Xiao a 100-fold increase in his combat strength. It was more than enough to crush Qing Mashua. He was infinitely close to Gu Fenghua. Ordinary 7th level Divine Core warriors were no match for him. But Gu Fenghua was a little special. She was a genius, and she was able to fight those above her level. Therefore, compared to Gu Fenghua, she was at least a dozen times weaker. The increase in combat strength was only one aspect. The most important aspect was the increase in the toughness of his body. Because of this, his black, tortoise divine body had reached the 7th Order Emperor realm. In other words, a 7th Order Emperor grade martial skill wouldn't be able to harm him at all. In addition, his speed and soul force had all increased. It was as if he had been reborn. The blood of the sun god is indeed powerful. Qing Mashua, oh Qing Mashua, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have had such a shocking breakthrough today. Ling Xiao lifted the blood sovereign sword gently as he sensed the terrifying power. Originally, he had planned to use the Fiend God's seal in this final clash. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The awakening of the sun god's blood caused his strength to soar. Now, even if he only used a 5th level Emperor grade martial skill, he could still kill Qing Mashua. Bloodlight clone slash. Ling Xiao only spat out a few indifferent words. Then, a sword soared into the sky. 3 streaks of sword light pierced through the air. The terrifying sword light was clearly much stronger than usual, and it directly pierced into the huge skull. Crack! A cracking sound was heard. That huge skull actually shattered with a loud sound. It turned into countless fragments and fell like a meteor. I told you, everything is over. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Mashua, who was frozen in midair, dumbfounded. None of this is real. How is this possible? My most powerful attack was actually so easily destroyed by him. This is impossible. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. How many miracles have you seen? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Mashua and said, "It's time to end this. You should no longer have the strength to launch the same attack. To thank you for what you've done to me today, I'll give you a quick one. You won't have to suffer. You'll disappear from this world in an instant." He could sense that Qing Moshue was at the end of her rope. Ling Xiao, let her go and I'll let you leave alive. Gu Fenghua suddenly spoke. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that Qing Moshue was no match for Ling Xiao at all. He didn't know why Ling Xiao had suddenly become so terrifying, but no matter what, he couldn't let Qing Moshue die. She was his woman. How can you be so shameless? Why should I listen to you? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua mockingly and said, if you can break this martial soul barrier, then you can ask me to let her go. But what can I do? Even you would need at least an hour to break the 3 dragon trapping talismans and the martial soul barrier. During this time, Qing Moshue must have been deader than dead. You should know that she's the disciple of the Dong Sheng Emperor. You know very well what the consequences will be if you kill her. I don't need to say more. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, as long as you're in the Dong Sheng strong nation, you can forget about living. Gu Fenghua said coldly. This person's self-restraint was really good. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you'll let me go if I don't kill her? Before you threaten others, you should think of a plan. Don't hurt yourself. Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. The Dong Sheng Emperor. He originally didn't want to be enemies with this emperor. But this person actually sent his disciple to steal his things and destroy the country of his dreams. He killed the people he had already acknowledged. Most importantly, among those people, there was a friend who foolishly followed him to the small purple spirit nation. Although that person was very weak, but he was still a friend. How could Ling Xiao not avenge his friend? Senior brother, I don't want to die. Qing Moshue was completely flustered. She had long lost her arrogance and smugness. She was extremely terrified. If she had known that Ling Xiao was so terrifying, she wouldn't have attacked Ling Xiao even if she was beaten to death. But now it was all too late. Ling Xiao didn't even give face to her senior brother, Gu Fenghua. What should she do? No need to beg. You don't have a chance anymore. Ling Xiao slowly raised up the blood sovereign sword. Then, a bright light emerged from beneath his feet. Slash! The blood sovereign sword pierced into Qing Moshue's dantian. Qing Moshue's inner core was absorbed by Ling Xiao and merged into the 2 divine pills. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qing Moshue's face instantly turned old. She slowly turned into a shriveled shell. She died a horrible death. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Before this battle, Ling Xiao was thought to have only one path, death. There was no second possibility. In many people's eyes, although Ling Xiao was brave, he was just a brute, a brainless fool. But now, the terror that Ling Xiao displayed had already struck terror into everyone's hearts. Perfect 4th heavenly core realm, breaking through to the perfect 5th heavenly core realm, then killing a perfect 6th heavenly core warrior. Didn't this kind of thing only happen in novels? Chapter 38:59. Such terrifying potential. If this person stays with Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshue in the Dong Sheng imperial family, he will definitely be ranked first. I believe he will definitely become number 1 on the Dong Sheng combat strength list. Freak. Demon. Inhuman. All sorts of praises rang out in everyone's hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud, but it didn't mean that they didn't dare to think about it. Gu Fenghua's face was like the bottom of a pot that had been smeared with black ash. It was extremely gloomy. He looked at Ling Xiao, and a murderous aura bloomed from his body. I will definitely kill you. Kill me? Qing Moshue said the same thing. But now, don't you think you might walk the same path as her? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua indifferently. Because of the sudden awakening of the sun god's blood, Gu Fenghua didn't seem so scary in his eyes. At the very least, she wasn't so far away. although he was still no match for Gu Fenghua under normal circumstances. It was impossible even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, but he was fully qualified to fight with her. Unlike before, all he could do was to run. Gu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao. The most difficult thing to understand was the scene of Ling Xiao being reborn from the ashes. That was beyond his understanding. This guy who was on the verge of death was alive and kicking again in the blink of an eye. Even his true origin had recovered to its peak. How was that possible? He wasn't the only one who thought so. The others thought so too. But most people's thoughts were skewed. I think Ling Xiao must have some kind of treasure on him that can bring someone back from the dead. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? He obtained the treasures of the Dongsheng ancient emperor and the thief god. Maybe there is such a treasure in there. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life, Gu Fenghua suddenly said. It was as if he had forgotten about Qing Moshua's death. He is indeed a heartless person. He can forget about his woman's death for those things. Hearing Gu Fenghua's words, Ling Zhao's impression of this guy worsened. So be it. I believe that even if Shui were alive, she would definitely do the same. Her greatest wish in life was to make me stronger and take over the position of the Dongsheng emperor. Sit on the throne, Gu Fenghua said calmly. TSK, look at the face of this hypocrite. To actually be able to say such shameless words in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Ling Xiao really had to hand it to Gu Fenghua. How thick-skinned. How shameless. You can say whatever you want. It's true that your triple dragon trapping talisman is very powerful. Your martial spirit barrier is also very strong, not bad. But it won't take me more than 10 minutes to break it. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're hiding inside? Gu Fenghua didn't care about what Ling Xiao said at all. Perhaps he had always been a heartless and unrighteous person. Why would he care so much? Hee, do you think I'm relying on this thing? Ling Xiao revealed a hint of disdain. Of course, if it was before the awakening of the Zishan's blood, he might really have to rely on the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier to protect himself for a period of time. But now, there was no need for that. It was true that he wasn't as good as Gu Fenghua, but the gap wasn't that big. As he spoke, he removed the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier. Gu Fenghua didn't make a move, but was ready at all times. If he could peacefully obtain the things in Ling Zhao's hands, he didn't want to fight to the death, because he could already feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. To deal with such a person, he couldn't use force. He had to use underhanded methods. As for how to deal with Ling Xiao, he had already thought about it. The only thing he was worried about was that Ling Xiao wouldn't take the bait. I don't want much. Just give me the Dongsheng heavenly sword, the immemorial martial skill, the windfire wheel, and the treasure that can let you rise from the ashes. As for the rest, you can keep it. I promise, as long as you give me these 4 things. My junior sister's death can be written off. I can even recommend you to join the Dongsheng royal family and become my master's disciple. Address me as your brother. Gu Fenghua tried his best to appear sincere. However, this made Chenyu and the others stunned. Could it be that even young Master Gu Fenghua is afraid of this person? Is that why he made such a request? They were really dumbfounded. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, this shouldn't be necessary, right? After all, Gu Fenghua was an earth core expert. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't answer, Gu Fenghua continued, Your strength has indeed increased very quickly. But if I'm not wrong, you've already exhausted all the potential you've obtained. Next, your cultivation breakthrough won't be so fast. Therefore, what happened to my junior sister, Qing Moshue, definitely won't happen to me. You're too weak. You should understand the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I'm not killing you now because I cherish your talent. Now that a junior sister has died, I have to give Master an explanation. What if I don't give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. If you're stubborn, then I'll have to do it myself today. Once I do, you'll lose your only chance of survival. Do as you see fit. I definitely won't show mercy, Gu Fenghua said coldly. Hurry up and agree. What are you hesitating for? You only need to hand over 4 things in exchange for such great power. Isn't that good enough? The onlookers were all anxious for Ling Xiao. They felt that the people from the Dongsheng strong country wouldn't go back on their words. Since they had agreed to let Ling Xiao go, they would definitely keep their promise. Moreover, looking at young Master Gu Fenghua's expression, it seemed that he really cherished Ling Xiao's talent. They wanted Ling Xiao to agree to Gu Fenghua's request. They felt that it would be a pity if a genius like Ling Xiao died, just like that. Tell me your choice. I'll wait here. One is the great path of light. You can soar from now on. Perhaps the things you obtain in the future will be better than what you give me. The other is a complete train of thought. Without light, without hope, you will completely end your path of martial arts. Gu Fenghua released a powerful aura. That was the terrifying aura of an Earth Core realm expert. The power of the Earth was mobilized. It formed a terrifying force field. Gu Fenghua did this to increase the pressure on Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao agree to his conditions. If Ling Xiao agreed, he would naturally bring Ling Xiao to the Dongsheng royal family. However, after going there, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, he wouldn't care. He didn't go back on his word. Even if Ling Xiao died, it would be normal. After all, the competition in the Dongsheng strong country was very fierce. Many cultivators became the disciples of the Dongsheng emperor. They might be killed by their fellow disciples. Reality was so cruel. It was no different from many sects. Chapter 3860. Ling Xiao, you're a smart man. You should be able to make the right choice. Don't risk your life for a few things. It's not worth it. Gu Fenghua's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, he would have to do it himself. Letting this scourge continue to live would be a great threat to him. Hurry up and agree. Don't be so stubborn. You've already done well. That's right. This is the best outcome. The onlookers were all trying to persuade Ling Xiao. No one knew if it was out of concern for Ling Xiao or if it was to help Gu Fenghua. What should I do? Gu Fenghua, you didn't give me the choice I wanted the most. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What choice do you want? As long as I can give you something, I'll give it to you, Gu Fenghua said. I want your life. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and pounced on Gu Fenghua. You're courting death. Gu Fenghua activated his true yuan and was about to meet the attack. However, he found that Ling Xiao was just faking it. Ignoring him completely, he sped off in a certain direction. What's that place? Gu Fenghua turned around and chased after him. The camp of the Purple Mansion Army. The Purple Mansion Marshal said. After him. They didn't know why Ling Xiao was going to the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. However, they all knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something so useless. Since he chose to go, there must be something else. Everyone followed behind him. The stronger ones went faster, while the weaker ones went slower. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. When Gu Fenghua caught up with Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was standing in front of a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked more like a giant bull demon. It held 2 axes in its hands, and blood-red lightning flashed all over its body. The lightning looked like a divine dragon coiling around it. This bull demon had taken the blood-red divine dragon as a pet. except for the members of the Purple Mansion Army. Everyone else was shocked by this scene. Gu Fenghua also felt an uneasy aura coming from this strange skeleton. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hand was pressed against the demonic bull's corpse. She turned around and looked at Gu Fenghua with contempt. That uneasy aura became more and more obvious. "Qinyu, what is going on?" Gu Fenghua asked cautiously. "In all the camps of the Z Mansion Army, there is a corpse of a demonic beast brought back from the bloodthirsty battlefield, which is used to help the soldiers comprehend the cultivation method of the evil qi. However, this one was a little special. This skeleton was dug out from a secret realm in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Because the baleful aura was extremely terrifying, it was left in the headquarters of the Z Mansion Army." Qinyu explained. "I see. But what is Ling Xiao doing here?" Gu Fenghua was still confused. "We don't know either." Qinyu and the others shook their heads. They didn't know what the corpse, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was for. A bunch of fools. They have such a treasure, but don't know how to cherish it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. This terrifying skeleton was also guided here by the blood-colored thunder god. That pendant seemed to be the energy of the blood-colored thunder god. And this skeleton was the true body of the blood-colored thunder god. If they were combined, he didn't know how great the effect would be. If he wanted to defeat Gu Fenghua, he had to make himself stronger. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to try any method to increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sound was heard. A blood-colored beam of light shot up to the sky from the originally sleeping skeleton. It enveloped Ling Xiao and the demonic bull's corpse. A terrifying, baleful aura burst out. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly dodged. Only Gu Fenghua stood there without moving. When the baleful aura rushed over, it was knocked away by his aura. Even so, Gu Fenghua's face was still somewhat unsightly. He was careless. Too careless. He had never imagined that the Purple Mansion Army would have so many terrifying treasures that could increase Ling Xiao's strength. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the blood-colored beam of light. Everyone seemed to see the phantom of a huge demonic bull appear. The terrifying pressure was even stronger than before. Countless people covered their ears and closed their eyes, urging their true essence to protect themselves. They didn't want to bleed to death. Could it be that the demonic bull's corpse is alive? Impossible. The demonic bull's corpse has been here for thousands of years. Even the blood-colored sword Lord couldn't change it. How did Ling Xiao do it? But he did it. This guy is simply a miracle worker. If he doesn't die, the 4 territories will become his world. Everyone gradually recovered from their fear. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the blood-colored beam of light. They could feel a supreme fear in the depths of their hearts. It was the pressure of a god. The pressure of the black tortoise continent's beast god. That's right, Ling Xiao also felt it. The full name of the demonic bull in front of him should be the blood-colored demonic bull. It had a high-level beast god divine position. It was a high-level beast god divine soul. It was the beast god divine martial soul that countless warriors in the 4 territories dreamed of. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to subdue such a terrifying thing. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the beast god divine martial soul, and it was the primordial divine soul. Above the high-level divine positions were supreme divine positions and master divine positions. Next were the 12 primordial divine positions. Not only did Ling Xiao have the 12 primordial divine positions, he also had the sun god divine soul, the ox god divine soul, and the incomplete you god divine soul. These 3 divine souls were all primordial divine souls. The ox god's primordial divine soul belonged to the same series as the blood lightning demonic bull's high-level divine soul. But it was even stronger. Therefore, the blood lightning demonic bull's divine soul could only submit in front of it and didn't dare to resist. The blood-colored light continued to be released. Then, blood-colored lightning began to fall from the sky. Gu Fenghua, who originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, was forced to retreat by the blood-colored lightning. This made him feel a little terrified. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong that it could make him feel terrified? Right at this moment, those who were slower than him had already witnessed this terrifying scene. Above the Purple Palace Army's campsite, dark clouds were gathering and blood-colored lightning was falling from the sky. It was a strange scene. No wonder the blood lightning god led me here. The lightning on the blood lightning demonic bull's body must be formed by it. It was able to merge with the blood divine dragon and turn it into its own strength. The blood lightning demonic bull's strength was unimaginably strong. But too bad. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he couldn't obtain such a powerful divine soul. Therefore, even if the blood lightning demonic bull was subdued by him, it could only display the strength of a ninth heavenly core divine core beast soul. Just like the other divine soul, it couldn't surpass this limit. Suddenly, a scene emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. This scene should be the blood lightning demonic bull's past. Chapter 38:61. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a king in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was 10 meters tall and had blood-colored lightning dragons coiling around his huge body. He held 2 huge axes in his hands and controlled the most terrifying territory in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was the king of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the ruler. Countless human warriors stepped into the bloodthirsty battlefield, one after another in an attempt to kill him. However, no one had ever succeeded. No matter how many people entered, they would all die. His strength caused the people of the world to be terrified. At that time, the bloodthirsty battlefield was almost a forbidden area. Entry was strictly forbidden. Fortunately, the blood lightning bull demon did not intend to enter the modern world to cause destruction. Therefore, both sides could live in peace. Later, the world changed and the earth collapsed. The complete mystic world fell apart. It turned into 13 continents. At that time, new laws were born in the Black Tortoise continent. Beast gods appeared. The strongest among them were the 12 primeval beast gods. The blood lightning bull demon was unlucky. It was at that time that it encountered a natural disaster. A drop of strange resin fell from the sky and wrapped around it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. In the end, it turned into a huge fossil. The blood lightning bull demon did not lose to anyone but lost to nature. Sure enough, nature was the most powerful existence. It was no wonder that countless people desperately wanted to become one with heaven and earth, to become one with heaven and earth. So that's how it is. This guy is actually such a fierce existence. It seems that he is suitable to become one of my beast souls. Ling Xiao had not used the beast soul of the ox god for a long time, because it was too weak before. It was a pity that the ox god's primeval soul was wasted, but it was good now. With the blood lightning bull demon beast soul, the ox god's primeval soul could erupt with power. At the very least, it could be awakened like the sun god's blood. Ling Xiao was clear about the benefits of awakening. It could increase his strength dramatically. Ling Xiao's wild laughter came from the blood-colored lightning. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was impossible for a person to survive in that kind of environment. Gu Fenghua was so anxious that he was going crazy. He knew that Ling Xiao was getting stronger. However, he could not stop him. This was simply the worst thing that could have happened. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was anxious or not. At this moment, Ling Xiao was carrying out a very important task. The enormous blood thunder bull magical beast soul had already been awakened by him. The next step was to merge with his deity position. It was a little similar to the yin-yang universal light tiger he had fused with. However, it was much simpler than that. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved too much. Moreover, there was no primeval divine soul above the tiger god's deity seat, so it couldn't intimidate the hell cosmic light tiger. That was why it was so difficult. But now, with the ox god's primeval divine soul suppressing it, the blood lightning bull demon didn't dare to resist at all. He allowed Ling Xiao to transform him into a beast spirit and fuse with the deity position. In fact, this was a supreme honor for the blood lightning bull demon. What it possessed was merely a high-level deity position. Now that he could temporarily reside in the primordial god position, he could laugh to himself. Terrifying power continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body. Behind Ling Xiao, a lively figure gradually formed. This figure was completely formed by blood-red lightning. It was the appearance of the blood lightning bull demon. It also held a broad axe in its hand and had a divine dragon coiled around its waist. It was incomparably domineering. Success. Moreover, the energy in my cultivation sea has increased by nearly 50%. The potential that was originally consumed has been completely filled. This blood lightning bull demon is too terrifying. It's just a skeleton, but it actually possesses such terrifying power. Ling Xiao was incomparably emotional. Of course, the fusion of the blood lightning bull demon beast soul also allowed Ling Xiao to have an additional special skill on the ox god's deity position. Originally, there was only earthquake, but now there was an additional blood-red thunder god. This blood-red thunder god's attack was similar to Ling Xiao's attack when he used his arm to release it. Similarly, it had to swallow high-grade spirit stones to attack. The more high-grade spirit stones it consumed, the more terrifying the attack power would be. At present, the strongest attack could even reach the terrifying power of a 7th-level Emperor level martial skill. Even Gu Fenghua would be seriously injured if she was hit by this attack. As Ling Xiao subdued the blood lightning bull demon, the huge blood-red light pillar disappeared. The blood-red lightning bolts that filled the sky disappeared as well. Only Ling Xiao was still standing there, staring at Gu Fenghua with a mocking expression. "I have to thank you for your arrogance. If you had acted personally from the beginning, I would have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me first, I would have had no choice but to run away. But now, even if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy." Ling Xiao really had to thank Gu Fenghua, or he had to thank all those who looked down on him. "Do you really think you can defeat me like this?" Gu Fenghua's voice was cold and cruel. "Everyone thinks I'm just an early 7th level divine core warrior. But today I'm going to tell you, my real cultivation is actually a perfect 7th level divine core warrior." Bang! A terrifying aura exploded out. The strength that Gu Fenghua had been hiding was unleashed at this moment. The reason why he had been hiding his strength was because he wanted to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but his competitors in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. But even he didn't expect this. He actually had to reveal his hidden strength for Ling Xiao. But he felt it was worth it. If he could get his hands on that high-grade divine soul, he would be as powerful as Wang Tian from the Eternal Emperor domain. He would become a terrifying beast god warrior. At that time, not only the Eastern Victory Kingdom, no one in the entire Golden Heavenly region would dare to look down on him. Do you understand now, Ling Xiao? The gap between our strengths is so huge. Now, give me your high-grade divine soul, or else I'll kill you right now." Gu Fenghua furiously roared while unleashing his aura. "Are you an idiot? if I take out my divine soul, I'll be dead. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua with disdain. But he was secretly feeding the blood lightning bull fiend with high-grade soul stones. This guy had a huge appetite. In order to fuse with him, Jiang Chun had spent 10 million high-grade soul stones. But now, this guy had eaten a few million high-grade soul stones, and he was still eating. But the more he ate, the more terrifying his strength became. Ling Xiao was in pain and joy at the same time. Gu Fenghua, I won't kill you because you helped me raise my strength today. Activate your Vajra barrier and let me leave. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your Vajra barrier, but I'll also let you know what fear is. Actually, Ling Xiao already knew Gu Fenghua's true cultivation through the Tai Chi eye. Of course, he only managed to do it after fusing with the blood lightning bull fiend beast soul. The beast soul of the blood thunder bull demon had made his soul power even stronger. The effects of the Tai Chi eye had also been greatly enhanced. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fenghua now, but it wasn't impossible to injure him. He only needed 2 moves. One was the blood lightning god, and the other was the rage of the onyx soul. Chapter 38:62. What a ridiculous suggestion. Fine, I have nothing else to say to you. Now, I'll just kill you to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Gu Fenghua sneered. Then he suddenly leapt toward Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now, but because of the blood-red lightning, he couldn't do it. But now, the opportunity had arrived. How could he just let Ling Xiao go? That would be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. When Ling Xiao saw Gu Fenghua attacking him, he immediately dodged with the falling plum, clear shadow steps, and the firestorm wheels. At the same time, he continued to feed the blood lightning bull. He wanted the blood-red lightning to reach its current limit. Only then could he severely injure Gu Fenghua, or even kill him. But this Gu Fenghua was really hard to deal with. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Even with the falling plum, clear shadow steps, and the firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao still felt a great threat. 20 million upper-grade soul stones. I can still eat them? Ling Xiao was surprised. 20 million upper-grade soul stones. Perhaps even an 8th Divine Core warrior could only afford 20 million upper-grade soul stones. This blood lightning bull demon really had a big appetite. But now, its speed had obviously slowed down. It should be reaching its limit soon. Damn it, you're just like a cunning loach. Although Gu Fenghua was pressuring Ling Xiao, he still couldn't land a single hit on Ling Xiao. With the falling plum, clear shadow steps and firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao was giving him a headache. Finally, he was enraged. His martial soul emerged behind his back. It was also a blade, martial soul. However, Gu Fenghua's blade martial soul was golden in color, and it shone brightly, illuminating the entire campsite. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Golden blade martial soul. This is young master Gu Fenghua's martial soul. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, he actually unleashed his martial soul. This Ling Xiao is really admirable. Chunyu was filled with mixed emotions. He was even glad that he had not attacked Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die instead of Qing Ma Xue. 10,000 zhang golden light breaks evil. Gu Fenghua let out an explosive shout. His hands formed the saber art. Suddenly, with his body as the center, countless saber lights suddenly burst out, heading towards Ling Xiao. These saber lights were streaks of golden light. It almost enveloped the entire world. Gu Fenghua was known as the heaven-slaying saber demon. His comprehension of the saber was outstanding. His golden light saber soul was already at the 10th level of the Khanate realm. Compared to Ling Xiao's 30% innate God-fiend sword soul, the difference wasn't that great. The power of his saber art was more than 10 times that of a normal saber soul martial artist. This was the reason why he was able to fight above his level. In fact, with Gu Fenghua's strength, even if she couldn't defeat an early 8th Divine Core warrior, she wouldn't be easily killed. At the perfect 7th Divine Core realm, his battle prowess was definitely among the best. Of course, Ling Xiao's Tao of Sword was even more frightening than his. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The 10,000 golden lights were extremely frightening. Ling Xiao could feel that even if he tried to defend himself with the wind flame wheels, they would still be shattered. Once the saber lights landed, Ling Xiao would be sliced into pieces and turned into minced meat. This is too domineering. Even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to defend against such a powerful saber energy. Everyone, run away. Chun, you could feel how frightening the saber lights were. He quickly ordered everyone to run away from the battlefield. Actually, even without his order, everyone had already started running away. Fear was something that everyone had. When facing a powerful force, everyone would have a direct reaction. However, Ling Xiao didn't run away. What a pity, Gu Fenghua. Such a powerful attack. If you had used it earlier, your junior sister Qing Ma Xue wouldn't have died. Ling Xiao could sense that the blood lightning bull fiend had stopped devouring the energy stones. He knew it was time for him to strike back. It's not too late to kill you now. Gu Fenghua shouted coldly. You're the only one who thinks so. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. Blood lightning bull fiend, come out. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the blood lightning bull fiend's beast soul, which was 10 meters tall, appeared behind him. Its 2 huge eyes were like 2 blood-red suns. A frightening, murderous aura filled the air. Roar! The blood lightning bull fiend's roar was like thunder. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was completely covered by blood-red lightning. He immediately put away the wind flame wheels. This was because he had a more powerful attack to execute. The wind flame wheels were a little cumbersome. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They couldn't understand why the blood lightning bull fiend would become Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was too inconceivable and too illogical. It was hard to understand. Blood lightning god. Ling Xiao spat out these words. In an instant, blood-red lightning filled the entire space. When the 10,000 rays of golden light came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they instantly shattered and disintegrated. The blood lightning bull fiend turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and charged toward Gu Fenghua. This wasn't just a beast's soul. It was a terrifying attack that contained more than 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. It was also an attack from the blood lightning god. Compared to the embryonic form that Ling Xiao had used before, it was much more powerful. The weather changed. Heaven and earth roared. The onlookers continued to flee. The golden light was frightening, but the blood-red lightning was even more frightening. At that moment, Gu Fenghua actually revealed a terrified expression. He was an expert, so he knew what Ling Xiao's attack meant. This was a power that could definitely kill him, but he didn't understand. How could such a terrifying power be contained in Ling Xiao's body? It was puzzling, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly retracted the 10,000 rays of golden light and formed a huge golden shield in front of him. In order to defend against Ling Xiao's attack, he even retracted the golden shield and used it as a defensive item. But in front of the mighty blood lightning god, all of his efforts were in vain. In front of Chen Yu's eyes, a scene that he would never believe for the rest of his life appeared. A huge blood lightning bull demon swallowed Gu Fenghua in one gulp. Young master. Chen Yu's expression changed dramatically. Qing Ma Xue was killed, and he didn't know how to explain this to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. If Gu Fenghua was killed as well, it would be a huge problem. This little life of his would probably be gone. Bang! A frightening shockwave exploded from the blood lightning bullfiend. Before Chen Yu could even think about it, he was sent flying away. This power was simply too frightening. Just the shockwave alone was enough to send a Peak 6 Heavenly Core warrior flying away. How strong was this blood lightning bullfiend? This was too frightening. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He didn't waste 20 million upper-grade spirit stones for nothing. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, and he just threw them away like that. Chapter 38:63. The shockwave continued to wreak havoc. A large number of Purple Mansion Army soldiers were devoured by the blood-red lightning, and they were instantly turned into charred corpses. Right now, everyone only had one thought about Ling Xiao, and that was fear. This man was too frightening. He didn't even use all of his strength to kill Qing Ma Xue. He still had such a terrifying attack. Gu Fenghua was too careless. I was careless as well. Chunyu furrowed his brows. He didn't know what Ling Xiao would do to them once Gu Fenghua was killed. In any case, nothing good would happen. Gu Fenghua, do you feel it now? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you looking down on me? How about now? Doesn't it feel great to be struck by lightning? With his Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see Gu Fenghua's current situation. Within the terrifying blood-red lightning, the golden shield was first destroyed. Then, the golden shield was shattered as well. After that, Gu Fenghua's body was torn apart. Gu Fenghua's body was completely destroyed amidst the pain and anger, but that inner core was really strong. Gu Fenghua's inner core was an earth core, and it was a perfect earth core. Its defense was incredibly strong, and it was shocking. Even the terrifying blood, lightning god couldn't destroy it. So, this is an earth core. It can draw upon the earth force. That's why it's so strong. Ling Xiao knew that if he couldn't destroy the earth core, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fenghua. It looked like he had to settle for the next best thing. The blood lightning god was his strongest attack, but it still couldn't kill Gu Fenghua. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, the result would still be the same. Looking at the earth force gushing out from the ground and wrapping around the earth core, Ling Xiao's frown deepened. Whatever. I've saved Ziqinya. There's no need to kill him now. Once I break through to the 6th Divine Core realm, it won't be too late to kill him. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao was ready to leave. Finally, the blood-red lightning disappeared. The blood lightning bull's shadow once again returned to Ling Xiao's body. He seemed a little weak. This attack had consumed 20 million high-grade spirit stones, and if he wanted to recover the blood lightning bull magical beast soul, the amount of high-grade spirit stones would probably have to be doubled. However, Ling Xiao was not stingy. He knew very well that such a powerful attack was the best way to save his life. Therefore, he hurriedly fed a large amount of spirit stones to the blood lightning bull demon to devour. An earth core floated in the air. Gu Fenghua's shadow appeared. The power of the earth continued to pour in, and Gu Fenghua's illusory figure gradually solidified. Ling Xiao knew very well that Gu Fenghua would launch a fatal attack on him the moment the illusory figure materialized again. Since he could not kill Gu Fenghua, there was no need for him to suffer here. Mei Qing's shadow steps rose and fell, and then she entered the body of Cosmic Light State, raising her speed to the extreme. Ling Xiao, ever since I broke through to the perfect 7th Divine Core realm, no one has been able to injure me so much. You're the first, and he would be the last one. Run. No matter where you run to, I'll find you and tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Gu Fenghua's shadow had a ferocious expression, and she looked like an enraged devil. Ha! I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Fine, I'll wait for you. I can tell you now, I'll return to the purple spirit capital this time. If you want to find me, just come. I'll be waiting for you. The next time we meet, it'll be your death. Amidst the wild laughter, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Only the sentence was left, echoing in the Purple Palace royal capital. They didn't disperse for a long time. It was as if he was mocking Gu Fenghua on purpose. Young master, are you all right? Chunyu didn't chase after Gu Fenghua, and he didn't have the courage to do so. When he saw Gu Fenghua only had her inner core left, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What if the attack just now had hit him? Perhaps he would have been turned into ashes by now. There wouldn't even be a single fragment left. Not only him. None of the people present had expected such an outcome. They had set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao to walk right into it. Ling Xiao had come. Not only had he saved Zi Qianya, he had also killed 2 generals, Qing Moshue, Yu Qilong, and even severely injured Gu Fenghua. As for the tens of thousands of captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals of the Purple Palace royal capital, they didn't even need to be mentioned. It could be said that Ling Xiao had achieved a complete victory, and they had suffered a complete defeat. Gu Fenghua's body was still in the process of reforming. At the Earth Core stage, as long as the inner core wasn't destroyed, one could use the power of the Earth to reform their body. But even if the reform was successful, it would take a few days to recover to its original level. At that time, Gu Fenghua might not be a match for Ling Xiao. He was the 7th strongest on the combat strength list. If someone else faced Ling Xiao, how could they have any chance of winning? Gu Fenghua's consciousness hadn't dissipated. It was stored in her inner core. Everyone could speak of the fury in his soul. This anger made everyone tremble in fear. Those who had nothing to do with it all turned around and left. They didn't know what Gu Fenghua would do after she recovered, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, Gu Fenghua was already fuming with anger. He felt as if every cell in his body was burning crazily. Since young, he had always been a proud son of the heavens. He had never been humiliated like this. Although he thought highly of Ling Xiao, he only thought that he had outstanding talent. In terms of strength, he didn't care at all. But such a person had not only killed his junior sister in front of him, moreover, he had also severely injured him. How could he not be angry? However, Zi Qianya's inner core is still in my hands. Even if Ling Xiao escapes, can you not come back? At that time, won't you have to hold back? This might be the only thing that Gu Fenghua could let go of. However, he might not know that Zi Qianya had the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core and hadn't used it yet. Even if she lost her inner core, with the help of an expert, she could take the Blood Sword Supreme's inner core for herself. In this way, not only would her cultivation not be destroyed, but she would also have a great breakthrough. While Ling Xiao was causing havoc in the Purple Mansion royal capital, in the immemorial divine tomb, there was also a life and death battle. The beast race of the savage beast region had attacked again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous battle. The savage beast region had sent 100,000 beasts. The weakest was at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Among them, 10,000 were divine vein realm cultivators. The strongest was at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. The reason why such powerful beasts could reach the immemorial divine tomb was because the laws of the entire western region were changing. After Ling Xiao unified the western region, the laws became more strict. Everyone's cultivation speed increased, and the spirit qi in the air became more abundant. However, the trouble that came with it was that the foreign invaders had also become stronger. Chapter 38, 64. However, before Ling Xiao left, he'd already considered the possibility that the 4 domains would target the primordial divine tombs. Thus, before leaving, he'd set up the strongest defenses on the front lines. This included powerful formations and terrifying puppet armies. At the very least, the Savage Beast Region's army wouldn't be able to break in any time soon. The only problem was that the passageways to the 4 domains were blocked. The Celestial Empire's cultivators in the 4 domains were cut off from those in the Western domains. Moreover, the Western domain's cultivators lacked a way to continue strengthening themselves. If the passageways were blocked for too long, it might even cause the laws to collapse again. They'd return to their previous situation. Currently, Hai Myung-keo was the only divine vein expert left in the Western domains. The others had already left the Western domains for the Golden Skies to further their studies. They'd built their own base there, using the Meng village as a fortress. The cultivation resources over there were much better than here. Hai Myung-keo stood on a tall city tower, gazing at the Savage Beast Region's army in the distance. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In truth, her goal in coming to the primordial divine tombs was to head to the Golden Skies and meet up with her colleagues there. Generally speaking, any divine vein cultivator born in the Western domains would do the same. After all, the Western domains' soil wasn't suitable for divine vein cultivators to cultivate, but now it was troublesome. There was no way she could leave. I have to think of something. Hai Myung-keo frowned, lost in thought. General, why don't we contact the Celestial Emperor? Perhaps he'll have a way. Standing next to Hai Myung-keo was the Ling family's head, Ling Wuhen. The Sky Dragon Continent's Ling family and the Black Tortoise Continent's Ling family had merged. Ling Tianxiong was willing to join the Sky Dragon Continent's Ling family. He still worshipped Ling Wuhen as the head of the family. Apart from the branch families, the Ling family's main branch had all moved to the primordial divine tombs. According to Ling Wuhen, they were Ling Xiao's strongest spiritual support. No matter where Ling Xiao was, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he needed the support of his family. The current Ling Wuhen was already a martial artist at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. His aptitude was not bad. It was just that the Sky Dragon Continent's conditions were too poor. Therefore, after coming here, his cultivation base rose steadily. However, due to the delay, he was only at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. He couldn't help Ling Xiao much, but he could take care of the rear for Ling Xiao. This person was very capable. He was also the first benefactor that Ling Xiao had met. Without him, perhaps Ling Xiao would have already died in that small corner of the Sky Dragon Continent. Don't disturb His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor for now. Hai Myung-keo shook her head. It's not easy for His Majesty to cultivate. Coming back will waste a lot of time. Let's wait and see. As long as the formation left behind by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor exists, the formation department of our Heavenly Dynasty Empire will be maintained well. At the very least, it could last for a few years. Maybe they retreated. That's true. It seems that other than this method, the only other way is to cultivate as hard as possible. Only by surpassing those beasts can we truly protect the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Wuhen looked at Hai Myung-keo and said, General, among all of us, only you have the highest chance of defeating the leader of the beasts. Go and cultivate. When you're here, I and the others will be in charge. There won't be any problems. Fine. Hai Myung-keo could only think of this method now. Since she couldn't go out, she would stay here and cultivate for the time being. She definitely couldn't cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Just as Hai Myung-keo was about to go back to cultivate, suddenly a white figure appeared in the sky. Her heart tightened. Oh no, The enemy is attacking. But how can they break through His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's formation? Hai Myung-ko was extremely worried. Ling family head, immediately evacuate the people in the city. Warriors above the reincarnation divine realm stay, and the rest hide. Although she looked very calm, in her heart, she was feeling despair. That guy had said that the weakest person who could break through his formation was a divine core warrior. No one below the divine vein realm could do it. That also meant that the attacker was at least a divine core warrior. How could they fight this? Facing such a terrifying opponent, there was no hope for them to win. Damn it! She had no choice but to fight. And, just as she was feeling despair, a bright light landed on the ground. She had a clear look at the person's face. Senior Moon Maiden. She still gave off the same ethereal feeling. She still gave off the same beautiful feeling. She still made all other women feel inferior. The Moon Maiden wasn't a perfect woman, but her flaws had become her strengths because of her temperament. It made people feel like she was supposed to be something more beautiful. Ling Wuhan hadn't left yet. He quickly kneeled down. He was lucky enough to meet the Moon Maiden before. He knew that the Moon Maiden was Ling Zhao's woman, and she was the savior of the Ling family. Next to the Moon Maiden, there was another beautiful woman. She was wearing a white dress, and she was giving off a fierce aura. Compared to the Moon Lady, she seemed to be less graceful and more wild. The beast race. Hai Myung-ko furrowed her brows. But after thinking about it carefully, since the Moon Maiden was here, she shouldn't be doing anything bad to the Western region. We meet again. Yu Fanghua smiled bitterly. Weren't you imprisoned in the Eternal Palace? Hai Myung-ko was surprised. It's nothing, I just escaped. He can go to the 4 regions for me, and I can come here for him. Yu Fanghua smiled and said, originally I was going to ask him where he went, but I saw the Savage Beast Region's army of 100,000 attacking the immemorial divine tomb. So I knew you were in trouble. I'm here to help. Help? You alone? Hai Myung-ko knew that Yu Fanghua was strong, but she wasn't sure how strong she was. You don't need to do anything. I can do it. The white-robed girl had a pair of angelic wings on her back. She was beautiful to the extreme. Go by Shui. It's best if they retreat of their own accord. If they can't, then we'll have to use a more forceful method. Make them fear us. Yu Fanghua said calmly. Understood, big sister. Bai Shui nodded, then shot into the air, above the Savage Beast Race army. She spoke in a loud, clear voice. All Beast Race soldiers below, listen up. Retreat to the Savage Beast region immediately, or none of you will return. Bai Shui's temper was far worse than Yu Fanghua's. She was a Yao, after all. She'd been tainted by the White Eagle's viciousness. Ha ha! Where did this little white eagle come from? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wild laughter rang out. A man soared into the air. He was a 7th-level divine vein expert. He was also the leader of the 100,000 soldiers. This fellow was a vulture that had cultivated into a human form. However, he was different from the demons. Unlike humans, beasts retained most of their characteristics. This vulture wasn't very good-looking. Are you talking to me? Bai Shui asked coldly. Chapter 38:65. That's right, little white eagle. If you're willing to become my woman, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be trampled by the beasts when the city falls. Martial Vulture laughed proudly. I think you're tired of living. Bai Shui snorted coldly and flapped her snow-white wings. A terrifying gust of wind instantly pierced through Martial Vulture's body. Martial Vulture was torn into dozens of pieces in midair. Even his demonic beast crystal core was completely shattered. The demonic beast crystal core was very similar to a human's inner core. Once it was damaged, there was no way to revive it. Moreover, the gust of wind didn't stop there. It directly hit the ground. In an instant, the 100,000-strong army was annihilated. I didn't stop. Bai Shui stuck out her tongue and looked at Yu Fanghua helplessly. Sister, what should we do? This guy was rude, and I was angry, so I used too much strength. We're doomed. Forget it. Let's just kill him. The beasts have been harassing our Eternal Emperor region for years. Many of our martial artists have died at their hands. Yu Fanghua naturally couldn't bear to blame Bai Shui. Moreover, Martial Vulture's words were indeed unpleasant. The conversation between the two of them left the hundreds of millions of warriors in the Divine Devil City dumbfounded. In their eyes, the 100,000-strong army was like a god-fiend. The girl with the snow-white wings had actually wiped them all out with a light flap of her wings. Was she a god? Everyone knelt down. In their eyes, Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui were more terrifying than a god-fiend. Get up. I'm only helping your heavenly emperor. Yu Fanghua smiled faintly and looked at the stunned Haim, Myung Ko. I'm here to ask about the exact details of his departure. I used the dream-reflecting mirror the last time, so I'm not too sure. No problem. Haim, Myung Ko recovered from her shock. Oh my God, Yu Fanghua is so strong. Even Bai Shui can't compare to her. Would Ling Xiao really be able to catch up to such a terrifying person? After His Majesty the Celestial Emperor left the immemorial divine tomb, he arrived at the Golden Sky region. They had even established a base. On our side, all cultivators who have reached the Divine Vein realm will be sent there to further their studies. I don't know what's going on over there. I only know that he went to the Golden Sky region. Haim Myung Ko replied. He actually went. In Yu Fenghua's eyes, she was touched and worried. She was the clearest about the situation in the 4 major regions. Although the Golden Sky region wasn't as strong as the Eternal Emperor region, it was definitely not weak as one of the 4 major regions. She wondered how he was doing now. To be honest, when she parted ways with Ling Xiao, she never thought that the two of them would meet again. Or rather, if they were to meet, she would be the one to look for Ling Xiao, instead of Ling Xiao looking for her. If I go and look for him now, it would be different from what we agreed on. That would be an insult to him. Yu Fanghua already had an idea. She wasn't going to look for Ling Xiao anymore, because she believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to find her at the agreed time. However, because she was worried, she would definitely hide in the dark to observe. After confirming Ling Xiao's situation, she would then decide what to do next. It seems like that person is sincere to you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. To be honest, Bai Shui didn't like Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao made Yu Fanghua suffer the torment of longing for him. She was even willing to be put under house arrest rather than listen to the Eternal Palace's arrangements. But at this moment, she seemed to have understood. Yu Fenghua's longing for him for such a long time was worth it. That person was also risking his life. She was very clear about how dangerous it was for a Western region cultivator to enter the 4 major regions. Perhaps as soon as he entered the forest, there was already no hope. Now, she was very worried about whether Ling Xiao was still alive, because she knew that if Ling Xiao died, her sister Yu Fanghua would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Haim Myung Ko, can you tell me how he managed to survive for such a long time? Yu Fanghua really wanted to know. How did that man, who could make her heart ache and make her miss him, go from a small country to the emperor who unified the Western region? Of course. Haim Myung Ko nodded and told Yu Fanghua everything that had happened after Yu Fanghua left. During this process, Yu Fanghua would occasionally cry out in surprise. Because Ling Xiao had encountered danger in the story. Bai Shue's eyes widened. She had never thought that a man would go to such lengths for a woman. He was simply a madman. However, she really liked this lunatic. After a long time, Hai Myung-keo finally stopped. Yu Fenghua seemed to be still immersed in the story. As expected of my man, he's too strong and too crazy. It seems that everything I've done has not been in vain. Ling Xiao, it's my turn to look for you now. I hope I can find you soon. She knew that even if she found Ling Xiao, she could not be with Ling Xiao, because once the Palace of Immortality found out, they would definitely send experts to find her. Her existence would only cause more trouble for Ling Xiao, but it was fine. She just wanted to quietly hide in the dark and watch over her man. She just wanted to see him safe. All right, the story is over. I should leave. Before I leave, I'll give you something good. Yu Fenghua took out a palm-sized puppet beast and said, "This is my toy. Don't underestimate it. Once it has enough energy stones, it can unleash the frightening strength of a first divine core warrior. Divine core realm, not the divine vein realm. When the time comes, even if the beasts of the savage beast region invade again, as long as you have it, you'll be able to kill them all." "Thank you, Senior Yunu," Hai Myung-keo said gratefully. "No need to thank me. Isn't the Heavenly Empire his kingdom? I like him. It's not a big deal to give something of mine to his kingdom." Yu Fenghua smiled. After that, she jumped onto Bai Shui, who had transformed into a huge white eagle. They flew into the sky. Their next step was the Golden Sky region. Although she was still worried, she was willing to believe that Ling Xiao was still alive, and he must have become very strong. "Bai Shui, let's go to the Meng village and have a look," Yu Fenghua said. "Understood, sister." Bai Shui sped up. Then it turned into a white beam and disappeared. Hai Myung-keo thought for a moment. Then she handed the puppet beast to Ling Wuheng and said, "The Heavenly Empire has its own system. But in the end, it belongs to Ling Xiao. It belongs to your Ling family. That's why you have to shoulder a heavier responsibility. Protect it well. You can take this puppet. I'm going to the Golden Sky region." Originally, Hai Myung-keo wanted Yu Fenghua to bring her along, but she could tell that the demon called Bai Shui was very arrogant, and she would never let her ride it. Besides, the journey to the Golden Sky region was a kind of cultivation.